Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry Potter fell for Durmstrang's most dangerous vampire? Harry x Lucinda. If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Triwizard Invitation. The first sign that something extraordinary was about to happen arrived not with a grand proclamation, but with a whisper that spread through Hogwarts like wildfire on dry grass. Harry Potter stood in the middle of the Gryffindor common room, his homework forgotten on the table before him, as Seamus Finnegan waved a copy of the Daily Prophet with barely contained excitement. "They're bringing the tournament back," Seamus announced, his Irish accent thickening with enthusiasm. "The Triwizard Tournament. It says here that the Ministry has finally approved it after all these years." Harry exchanged a glance with Ron Weasley, who had stopped mid-chew on a chocolate frog, his freckled face a mixture of curiosity and confusion. "The Triwizard what?" Ron asked, swallowing hastily. Dean Thomas, who had been reading over Seamus's shoulder, answered before anyone else could. "It's this old tournament between the three largest magical schools in Europe. Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. They compete in 3 tasks, and the winner gets glory and 1,000 galleons." 1,000 galleons? Ron's eyes went wide. Why has no one ever mentioned this before? "Because it was discontinued," Hermione Granger said, emerging from behind a bookshelf with a thick tome in her hands. She had that particular expression on her face, the one that meant she'd already read everything available on the subject and was prepared to lecture them all about it. The tournament was banned nearly 2 centuries ago. The death toll was significant. Death toll. Harry's stomach tightened. 3 tasks, each more dangerous than the last, Hermione confirmed. Settling into the armchair beside Harry. "Champions have died in the past. The tasks are designed to test magical skill, intelligence, courage, and endurance to their absolute limits. So why bring it back now?" Ron asked, his enthusiasm dimming slightly. Hermione shrugged. "The article says they've implemented new safety measures. Age restrictions, stricter oversight, magical containment protocols. The Ministry believes the tournament can be conducted safely with modern magical protections." Harry leaned back in his chair, his mind already racing. The Triwizard Tournament. 3 schools. 3 tasks. He'd grown up believing that Hogwarts was the only magical school in existence, that his world was confined to these ancient stone walls and sprawling grounds. But there was so much more out there. Beauxbatons, somewhere in France, with its reputation for grace and elegance. Durmstrang, hidden in the far north, known for its emphasis on combat magic and its controversial reputation. "What do you know about Durmstrang?" Harry asked, the question slipping out before he could stop it. The common room fell silent. It was as if Harry had spoken a forbidden name, something that shouldn't be uttered within these walls. "Not much," Seamus admitted, his voice dropping. "They don't talk about Durmstrang much in Britain. But I've heard stories." "What kind of stories?" Seamus hesitated. "Dark stories. They say Durmstrang teaches things that Hogwarts doesn't. Darker magic. More dangerous magic. Some say they don't just accept students who use the dark arts, they encourage it." "That's not entirely accurate," Hermione interjected, her voice sharp with the need for precision. "Durmstrang has a reputation for producing powerful dark wizards, yes. Grindelwald attended Durmstrang. But that's like saying all Gryffindors are reckless because a few have been. The school's curriculum emphasizes combat magic and defensive arts more aggressively than Hogwarts, but that doesn't mean." "The Durmstrang students are coming here," Neville Longbottom said quietly from his corner of the room. He'd been so silent that Harry had forgotten he was there. "They're going to be in the castle. With us." The weight of that statement settled over the room like a heavy cloak. Harry tried to imagine what these mysterious students would be like. Would they be cold and unfriendly? Arrogant and dangerous? Or were the stories exaggerated, just as so many stories about magical things were? Harry thought about the Dursleys, who had believed wizards were dangerous and unnatural. He thought about how wrong they'd been. Maybe Durmstrang was simply misunderstood. But something in the back of his mind whispered that perhaps, this time, the stories might be true. The weeks that followed were filled with preparation and anticipation. Hogwarts underwent a transformation that Harry had never witnessed before. Professors bustled about with lists and charts, deciding where the visiting delegations would sleep, how the castle would be decorated, and what food would be served. The Great Hall, always impressive, became something approaching magical perfection. The enchanted ceiling reflected not just the sky but shifted between scenes of Hogwarts history, the founders building the castle, magical creatures roaming the grounds, the castle itself changing through the centuries. Floating candles multiplied until the hall glowed with a warmth that seemed to emanate from the very stones. Harry noticed that the professors were more nervous than he'd ever seen them. Professor McGonagall, usually unflappable, had been spotted rearranging the castle's armor repeatedly. Even Dumbledore, who always seemed to know exactly what was happening and when, appeared more contemplative than usual, his blue eyes often distant when he addressed the student body. "Everyone's on edge," Ron observed as they made their way to the Ollery one afternoon. "It's like the castle itself knows something big is coming." The owls hooted softly as Harry and Ron entered the circular tower. Hedwig descended gracefully from her perch, her golden eyes bright with intelligence. Harry stroked her feathers and attached a letter to her leg, a brief update to Sirius about the tournament. "I wonder what the Durmstrang students will be like," Ron mused, leaning against the stone wall. "Reckon they'll all be huge and scary?" "Probably not all of them," Harry said with a shrug. "Remember, not all Slytherins are evil. Not all Gryffindors are brave. People are individuals." Ron snorted. "Since when did you get so philosophical?" "Since living through enough dangerous situations to realize that the world wasn't as simple as good and evil," Harry thought. But he didn't say that aloud. Instead, he watched Hedwig fly off into the gray afternoon sky, her white feathers stark against the clouds. 3 days before the delegations were scheduled to arrive, the tension in the castle reached a new peak. Students crowded the corridors, whispering about what they'd heard, rumors that floated through the castle like ghosts. "Did you hear? Beauxbatons has a carriage pulled by winged horses. Someone said Durmstrang travels in a ship that can go underwater. A real ship, with sails and everything. What kind of magic do you think they'll show us?" And then, the rumor that made Harry's blood run cold. "I heard Durmstrang has a student who's not entirely human," Seamus said one evening in the common room, his voice barely above a whisper. "Some kind of creature. Dangerous. Even the other Durmstrang students are afraid of her." "Her?" Hermione's eyebrows shot up. "You're saying there's a female student at Durmstrang? The school that only started accepting female students in the last century?" "Apparently," Seamus shrugged. "And she's more powerful than anyone else there. They call her something in a different language. I heard one of the professors mention it." "What?" "I don't know. Something. About blood. Crimson something." The fire in the common room popped, sending up a shower of sparks, and Harry felt a strange chill run down his spine despite the warmth. He tried to dismiss the feeling as silly superstition, but something about the conversation felt important, like overhearing part of a prophecy without the complete picture. "That's ridiculous," Hermione said firmly. "There's no such thing as," she stopped, clearly not wanting to finish the sentence in front of all the Gryffindors. "There are lots of magical creatures with whom we coexist peacefully. Just because a student has a different magical heritage doesn't make them dangerous." "The old families wouldn't allow it," Ron said, shaking his head. "They've got strict rules about blood purity in some places. Durmstrang especially. You can't just..." "Ron, you're defending blood purism now." "I'm not defending anything. I'm just saying what's true. Harry let the argument wash over him, his mind elsewhere. He didn't know why, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this mysterious Durmstrang student was important. That she mattered somehow, even though he'd never met her and probably never would. The day of the arrival dawned cold and clear, with a sky so bright that the sun itself seemed to be anticipating the spectacle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined the crowd of students gathering on the grounds, their breath-forming clouds in the crisp autumn air. The Beauxbatons delegation should be arriving by flight, Professor Flitwick explained, standing on a small platform to be heard by the assembled students. And Durmstrang by sea. Please maintain proper decorum and remember that you are representing Hogwarts. Harry tried to focus on the instructions, but his attention kept wandering to the Black Lake. The water looked dark and still, not a ripple disturbing its surface. If a ship was coming, there was no sign of it yet. Then someone gasped, and all heads turned to the sky. The carriage was enormous, pulled by a team of winged horses the size of elephants. Their hooves struck the air, leaving trails of golden light in their wake as they descended toward the castle. The carriage itself was a beautiful creation of pale blue wood and silver filigree, decorated with magical motifs that shifted and changed as it approached. The horses landed with astonishing grace, their huge bodies barely disturbing the grass. A woman descended from the carriage, and Harry recognized her immediately from the description in the Daily Prophet, Madame Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons. She was so tall that she had to duck to exit the carriage, her elegant dark hair and silk robes making her look like a queen descending from her chariot. A dozen students followed her, each one dressed in blue silk robes that shimmered in the sunlight. They moved with a collective grace that seemed almost choreographed, their heads held high as they surveyed the Hogwarts students. Harry watched them, impressed despite himself, but his attention kept slipping back to the lake. Where was the Durmstrang ship? Minutes passed. The Beauxbatons students were welcomed into the castle by Dumbledore, who radiated warmth and hospitality. But Harry lingered outside, Ron and Hermione beside him, watching the water. I don't think they're coming, Ron said finally, shivering in the cold. Maybe they changed their minds. No, Harry said slowly. They're coming. He couldn't explain how he knew, some instinct, perhaps, or simply the way the air felt charged with anticipation. The Black Lake had gone absolutely still, the surface smooth as polished glass. And then, the water began to move. At first, it was subtle, a gentle agitation near the center of the lake, as if something deep beneath the surface was stirring. Then the water began to bubble, rising in a great swell that seemed impossible, unnatural. A mast burst through the surface, dark and ancient, followed by the black sails of a ship that rose from the depths as if it had been born there. The Durmstrang ship was nothing like Harry had imagined. It wasn't sleek or modern. Instead, it looked ancient and powerful, constructed of dark wood that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The sails bore symbols that Harry didn't recognize, heraldic marks from a tradition he'd never studied. Figures moved on the deck, and Harry felt something shift in the air as they approached. Blimey, Ron breathed. That's impressive. The ship docked at the edge of the lake, and a gangplank extended to the shore. The first person to disembark was a tall man with dark hair and an intense expression, Professor Karkaroff, Harry assumed, from the descriptions he'd heard. He looked exactly as Harry had expected, stern, watchful, and not entirely trustworthy. Following him came the Durmstrang students, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. They weren't what he'd expected at all. Some were large and imposing, yes, but others were young and nervous, clearly uncertain about being in a foreign country. They wore heavy robes of dark blue and gray, practical and warm, well suited to their cold homeland. Unlike the Beauxbatons students, who had looked elegant and slightly aloof, the Durmstrang students seemed to be collectively taking the measure of everything around them, cataloging threats and advantages with practiced efficiency. Harry tried to spot the mysterious student Seamus had mentioned, the one everyone was afraid of. But the students were too closely packed together, and the crowd of Hogwarts students had begun to press forward, eager to get a better view. Come on, Ron said, tugging at Harry's sleeve. Let's go inside. It's freezing out here. Harry nodded, turning away from the lake. But as he walked toward the castle, something made him glance back over his shoulder. The Durmstrang students were filing into the castle now, guided by Professor Karkaroff and members of the Hogwarts staff. Harry's eyes scanned the line, looking for anything unusual. Anyone who stood out. Anyone who seemed out of place. And then, just as the last of the students was disappearing through the great oak doors, Harry saw her. She was tall for a girl, with sharp features and dark hair that fell around her face like a curtain. Her skin was pale, almost luminous in the fading sunlight, and her eyes, Harry couldn't see their color from this distance, but he could tell that they were watching him. Watching him with an intensity that made his heart skip a beat. She was the last to enter the castle, moving with a fluid grace that seemed almost inhuman. As she passed through the doorway, she looked back, meeting Harry's eyes for just a moment. Her lips curved into the faintest hint of a smile. And then she was gone, and Harry was left standing alone in the cold, his heart pounding in his chest. The welcoming feast was everything Harry had anticipated and more. The great hall had been transformed into a celebration of all three schools, with banners hung from the ceiling and dishes prepared to suit every palate. The Beauxbatons students sat at a table near the front, their blue robes making them look like a slice of sky fallen to earth. The Durmstrang students occupied a table on the opposite side, their dark robes a stark contrast to the warm light of the floating candles. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, trying to focus on his dinner, but his mind kept wandering. He kept glancing toward the Durmstrang table, looking for the girl with the pale skin and the watching eyes. But she was seated in the middle of the group, partially hidden by larger students, and he couldn't get a clear view of her. Harry, are you even listening to me? Ron demanded, poking him in the ribs. I said, I bet my dad would love to see that ship. He'd spend the whole year examining it. Yeah, Harry said absently. Yeah, probably. Something's wrong with him, Ron muttered to Hermione. He's been weird all day. Hermione studied Harry with that analytical expression she got when she was trying to solve a puzzle. You're thinking about that girl, aren't you? The one from Durmstrang who was watching you. You noticed that? Harry asked, surprised. Honestly, Harry, half the people here noticed. It's not exactly subtle when someone stares at you like that. Hermione paused, her expression becoming more serious. But you're wrong if you think she's the mysterious student people have been whispering about. Why do you say that? Because. Hermione hesitated. Because I recognize the insignia on her robes. She's not just any Durmstrang student. She's from one of the oldest families in the magical world. The family name is on records that go back centuries. And the student everyone's been talking about, the dangerous one, they've been described differently. More, unsettling. Harry frowned. So there are two mysterious students. 3, Ron corrected, suddenly interested. There's the girl you were staring at, the dangerous one everyone's scared of, and that bloke with the scar who looks like he could bench press a troll. Harry looked at Ron with exasperation. You've been paying more attention than you let on. Course I have. This is the biggest thing that's happened since you started having adventures. But Harry's attention had been caught by something else. The Durmstrang table had begun to stir, and for a moment, the students parted, revealing the girl Harry had seen by the lake. She was seated at the very end of the table, partially in shadow, and she was watching him again. This time, Harry couldn't look away. Her eyes caught the candlelight and seemed to glow with an inner fire, not quite red, not quite gold, but something between the two. Something that made Harry think of embers and the promise of flame. She raised her glass slightly, a gesture that could have been accidental or deliberate, and then turned back to her conversation. As if nothing had happened. Harry felt a strange shiver run down his spine. He couldn't explain it, couldn't even understand why he felt so strongly about someone he'd never spoken to, but something told him that this girl, this mysterious Durmstrang student, was important. Important in ways he couldn't yet comprehend. "Ladies and gentlemen," Dumbledore's voice rang out, silencing the hall, "welcome to Hogwarts. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome our friends from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to this castle. We have prepared for your arrival, and we hope that your time here will be filled with learning, friendship, and, for our competitors, glory beyond measure." The hall erupted in applause, and Harry clapped along with everyone else, but his eyes remained on the Durmstrang table. The girl was clapping too, her movements graceful and measured, but Harry could have sworn that she glanced at him once more before the applause died down. "The Triwizard Tournament will be announced formally tomorrow evening, when the Goblet of Fire will be placed in the entrance hall to choose our champions," Dumbledore continued. "Please enjoy the feast, and may the best wizard, or witch, win." Harry tried to focus on the rest of the evening, to enjoy the food and the company, but his mind kept drifting back to those crimson eyes. Who was she? What did she want? And why did he feel like his life had just changed in a way he didn't fully understand? The feast ended eventually, and students began to file out of the Great Hall. Harry lingered, hoping to catch another glimpse of the Durmstrang girl, but she had vanished among the crowd. He felt a strange pang of disappointment as he followed Ron and Hermione toward the Gryffindor common room. "Did you see her?" Ron asked, catching Harry's eye. "The scary one? I saw her for a second. She didn't look that dangerous to me." "Who?" Harry asked, his mind still elsewhere. "The girl from Durmstrang. The one everyone's afraid of." She was sitting at the back of their table, and the other students gave her wide berth. Even the big bloke who looks like he could bench press a troll looked nervous around her. Harry shook his head. "I don't think I saw her." "I didn't either," Hermione admitted. "But I heard someone from Durmstrang mention her name. Lucinda." "Lucinda," Harry repeated, the name feeling foreign on his tongue. "That's not a name I've heard before." "It's old magic," Hermione said thoughtfully. "Old family names often fall out of common usage. I think I've seen it in books, Lucinda, from the French word for light. But that doesn't fit the reputation." "Maybe the reputation is wrong," Harry suggested. "Maybe." Hermione didn't sound convinced. "But I'd be careful if I were you, Harry. I've heard the stories about Durmstrang. They might not all be true, but the ones that are—" "I know," Harry interrupted, not wanting to hear the warning. "I'll be careful." But careful wasn't Harry's style, and everyone who knew him knew it. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed, staring at the canopy above him, trying to process everything that had happened. The tournament, the delegations, the strange girl with the watching eyes. It was too much to take in all at once. Eventually, he gave up on sleep entirely. He pulled on his robes and crept out of the common room, making his way through the silent corridors of the castle. The torches flickered as he passed, their flames casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Harry didn't know where he was going. His feet seemed to be carrying him somewhere specific, but his mind wasn't telling him where. He passed through doors and corridors, down staircases and through passages, until he found himself standing before the entrance to the grounds. The night was clear and cold, the stars bright overhead. The black lake glittered in the moonlight, and Harry could see the dark silhouette of the Durmstrang ship moored at the edge of the water. It looked almost alive, its sails fluttering in the gentle breeze. Harry walked toward the lake, drawn by something he couldn't name. The grass was damp with dew, and the cold seeped through his shoes, but he barely noticed. He reached the edge of the water and stood there, watching the reflection of the moon dance on its surface. "You should not be here." The voice came from behind him, soft and musical, but with an edge of danger that made Harry's blood run cold. He spun around, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. She was standing only a few feet away, her dark hair blowing in the night breeze, her pale face almost glowing in the moonlight. Her eyes, those crimson eyes, were fixed on him with an intensity that made him feel like she could see straight through to his soul. "I'm sorry," Harry said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Intrude?" She tilted her head, a ghost of a smile playing on her lips. "You are the one who intrudes. I was here first." Harry realized she was right. She must have been standing in the shadows, watching him, for who knew how long. He felt a flush of embarrassment and anger at his own carelessness. "Who are you?" he demanded, trying to recover his composure. "Why have you been watching me? You don't know who I am." She stepped closer, and Harry felt something shift in the air around them, a pressure that made it harder to breathe. "You don't recognize me?" "I've never seen you before," Harry said, but even as he said it, he knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something familiar about her, something he couldn't place. "Harry Potter," she said, and her voice was suddenly different, softer, almost vulnerable. "The boy who lived. The chosen one. And you don't know who I am." She laughed then, a sound that was both beautiful and chilling. "How delightful. How entirely unexpected." "I don't understand," Harry said, his confusion growing. "What do you want?" "I want nothing," she said, and there was a sad note in her voice now. "I am simply observing. Waiting. Watching to see if the stories are true." "What stories?" She didn't answer. Instead, she reached out and touched his cheek, her fingers cold against his skin. Harry felt a shock run through him at the contact, something that was both terrifying and exhilarating. "You have no idea what you are," she whispered. "No idea what's coming. But you will learn. Soon enough, you will learn." And then she was gone, melting into the shadows as if she'd never been there at all. Harry stood alone by the lake, his hand pressed to his cheek where her fingers had touched him, his heart pounding so loudly he could barely hear the water lapping against the shore. The night breeze stirred the grass around him, and the moon continued to reflect on the black lake, but everything felt different now. Everything had changed. Harry turned and walked back toward the castle, his mind racing. He didn't know who she was or what she wanted, but he knew one thing with absolute certainty. She was dangerous. And she was already inside his head. The next morning, Harry woke with a start, his sheets tangled around him. The dream had been vivid, crimson eyes, cold fingers, whispered warnings. He sat up, pressing the heels of his hands against his eyes, trying to force the image away. "Harry! Wake up!" Ron was shaking him, his face flushed with excitement. "They're putting the goblet of fire in the entrance hall. You have to see it." Harry blinked, trying to orient himself. The dream, the encounter by the lake, it had to have been a dream, right? There was no way he'd actually gone out last night. No way he'd actually met a mysterious Durmstrang girl who touched his cheek and told him he had no idea what was coming. "Come on," Ron insisted, dragging him out of bed. "You can't miss this. It's the most important thing that's happened since." Harry allowed himself to be pulled along, still trying to process the events of the night. As they descended the stairs, he caught sight of Hermione waiting for them, her expression eager and impatient. "There you are. I was about to come looking for you. The goblet's already in place, and Professor Dumbledore is about to make the announcement." They hurried down to the entrance hall, where a massive crowd of students had already gathered. Harry pushed through the crowd, his eyes scanning the faces for any sign of the girl from the lake. But he didn't see her, and he felt a strange mixture of relief and disappointment. The goblet of fire stood on a pedestal in the center of the hall, a simple stone cup that flickered with blue-white flames. It looked unremarkable, almost humble, but Harry could feel the power radiating from it, a warm thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very stones of the castle. "Students of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang," Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying over the crowd. "The Goblet of Fire will select 3 champions, one from each school, to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. The age limit has been set at 17, and any student who wishes to submit their name may do so by placing it in the goblet. The champions will be announced tonight at the Halloween feast. The crowd erupted in excited murmurs, and Harry felt Ron's hand on his shoulder. Reckon anyone under 17 will try to get past the age line anyway? Probably, Harry said, still scanning the crowd. But I don't think they'll succeed. He finally spotted her. She was standing at the edge of the Durmstrang group, partially hidden by the other students, but Harry could see her clearly now. She was watching Dumbledore, her expression unreadable, but Harry could sense something different about her today. Attention, perhaps, that hadn't been there before. She turned, and her eyes met Harry's across the hall. For a moment, neither of them looked away, and Harry felt that strange connection again, that inexplicable recognition. Of someone he'd never met before. Then she smiled, and her lips moved, forming words that Harry couldn't hear but somehow understood. Soon, Harry Potter. Soon you will understand, Harry felt a chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with the cold stone of the entrance hall. Whatever was coming, whatever the Triwizard Tournament had in store, whatever this mysterious Durmstrang girl represented, he knew with absolute certainty that his life was about to change in ways he couldn't begin to imagine. And the worst part? He couldn't wait to see what happened next. Chapter 2, Eyes Like Crimson Fire. The days following the Goblet of Fire's arrival passed in a blur of anticipation and tension. Hogwarts hummed with an energy that seemed to seep into the very stones of the castle, and Harry found himself caught in its current, unable to escape the growing sense that something monumental was about to happen. The Beauxbatons students had settled into their quarters with an elegance that seemed almost theatrical, gliding through the corridors in their blue silk robes and speaking in rapid French that made many Hogwarts students blush with embarrassment at their own inadequate language skills. They were beautiful, sophisticated, and utterly unapproachable. The Durmstrang students, by contrast, were more guarded. They kept to themselves, their dark robes a constant reminder that they were visitors in a foreign land. They trained in the early mornings on the grounds, their combat magic creating bursts of light that could be seen from the castle windows. And they watched. Always watching. Harry tried to focus on his classes, on his homework, on the ordinary rhythm of Hogwarts life. But his mind kept drifting back to that night by the lake, to the girl with the crimson eyes and the cold fingers on his cheek. He'd convinced himself it was a dream, a product of his overactive imagination. But the memory was too vivid, too real to be dismissed entirely. Harry, you're not paying attention, Hermione hissed during Charm's class, poking him with her quill. Professor Flitwick asked you a question. Harry blinked, forcing his attention back to the present. Professor Flitwick was standing on his stack of books, peering at Harry with mild concern. Mr. Potter, I asked if you could demonstrate the cheering charm on this teacup. Sorry, Professor, Harry mumbled, quickly performing the charm. The teacup glowed briefly and began to emit a cheerful hum, which seemed to satisfy Flitwick. Very good, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now, class, please attempt the charm yourselves. Hermione leaned over as Harry retrieved his wand. What's wrong with you? You've been distracted for days. Is it the tournament? The Durmstrang students? Nothing, Harry said quickly. I'm fine. You're a terrible liar, she said, but she didn't press further. Harry appreciated her discretion. He didn't want to explain the strange encounter by the lake, didn't want to admit that he'd been dreaming about a girl he'd never spoken to. It sounded ridiculous, even to him. But the dreams wouldn't stop. Every night, Harry dreamed of crimson eyes and whispered warnings. Of cold fingers on his cheek and the feeling of something ancient and powerful stirring in the darkness. He woke each morning with the sense that he'd been on the verge of understanding something important, only to have it slip away as consciousness returned. It was driving him mad. The day of the Halloween feast arrived with a sense of portent that made Harry's nerves jangle with anticipation. The great hall had been decorated with jack-o'-lanterns and floating candles, their flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Students from all three schools filed in, their robes a riot of color against the ancient stone. Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table, his appetite non-existent despite the feast spread before them. Ron was already piling his plate high, but Hermione was watching the doorway with barely concealed excitement. "When will they announce the champions?" she asked, craning her neck to see the goblet of fire, which had been placed on a raised platform at the front of the hall. "After the feast," Harry said, though he wasn't entirely sure. That's what Dumbledore said, anyway. The feast seemed to last forever. Course after course appeared and disappeared, and Harry pushed food around his plate, unable to eat. He kept glancing toward the Durmstrang table, searching for the girl with the crimson eyes. But she was hidden from view, and he couldn't shake the feeling that she was watching him from the shadows. Finally, the last plates vanished, and Dumbledore rose to his feet. The hall fell silent, the only sound the crackling of the candles and the distant howl of the wind outside. "The goblet of fire has made its choices," Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying clearly to every corner of the hall. "When I call your name, please come forward to the platform." He waved his wand, and the goblet flared with blue-white light. A piece of parchment flew out, and Dumbledore caught it with practiced ease. "The champion for Beauxbatons Academy, Fleur Delacour." A beautiful girl with silvery hair rose from the Beauxbatons table, her movements graceful as a dancer. She walked to the platform, her expression composed, and shook hands with Dumbledore before stepping back. The goblet flared again. "The champion for Durmstrang Institute, Victor Krum." Harry had expected this. The famous Quidditch player rose from his seat, his broad shoulders squared, his expression determined. He walked to the platform with the confidence of someone who had faced far greater challenges than a magical tournament. Harry found himself clapping along with everyone else, but his eyes were still searching the Durmstrang table. The girl wasn't there. He was sure of it now. She deliberately avoided the feast. Why? The goblet flared a third time, and Harry braced himself for the announcement of the Hogwarts champion. Harry Potter. The word seemed to hang in the air, impossible and incomprehensible. Harry stared at Dumbledore, certain he'd misheard. But everyone else was looking at him, their expressions ranging from surprise to confusion to outright hostility. "I didn't put my name in," Harry said, the words falling from his lips without conscious thought. "I swear, I didn't." "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said calmly, but his eyes were sharp, assessing. "Please come forward." Harry rose on unsteady legs, feeling the weight of every gaze in the hall upon him. He walked to the platform, his mind racing, trying to understand what had happened. He hadn't entered the tournament. He was underage. He'd never even touched the goblet. But there was no denying the evidence. His name had been called, and now he was a champion. "Excellent," Dumbledore said, his voice betraying nothing of his thoughts. "We have our 3 champions. They will be escorted to a separate chamber to receive their instructions. The rest of you, enjoy the feast." Harry followed Krum and Delacour out of the great hall, feeling dazed and disoriented. The other champions moved with a confidence he didn't possess, and he felt like a fraud, a pretender who had somehow stumbled into a competition he had no business entering. The small chamber off the entrance hall was warm and comfortable, with a fire crackling in the hearth and chairs arranged around a low table. Harry took a seat, trying to calm his racing heart. "Who put your name in?" Krum asked, his accent thick, his expression curious. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "I didn't do it." "Neither did I," Delacour said, her French accent softening the words. "But someone did. The question is why." The door opened, and the 3 heads of the schools entered, their expressions varying from stern to concerned. Dumbledore led the way, his blue eyes fixed on Harry. "Mr. Potter," he said, his voice gentle, but probing. "I must ask you again. Did you place your name in the goblet?" "No," Professor. I swear. There are measures in place to prevent underage entry, Karkaroff said, his voice sharp with suspicion. The age line would have prevented anyone under 17 from crossing it. I didn't cross it, Harry said. I didn't even touch the goblet. But you entered somehow, Karkaroff pressed. The goblet does not lie. Perhaps the goblet was tricked, Dumbledore suggested, his voice calm. There are ways to confound the magical object, though they require considerable power. Who would want to enter Harry Potter in the tournament? Madame Maxime asked, her voice heavy with skepticism. And why? The question hung in the air, unanswered. Harry felt the weight of their suspicions, their doubts, and he couldn't blame them. He'd be suspicious too, if he were in their position. Regardless of how he was entered, Dumbledore said finally, Mr. Potter is bound by the magical contract. He must compete. Harry felt his stomach drop. He was trapped, caught in a game he'd never agreed to play. The rules, the dangers, the expectations, all of it was now his responsibility, whether he liked it or not. The first task will take place in 2 weeks, Dumbledore continued. You will be informed of its nature when the time is right. Until then, I suggest you focus on your training. All of you. The meeting ended quickly after that, with Karkaroff and Madame Maxime departing in a cloud of tension and suspicion. Harry remained in the chamber, staring into the fire, trying to understand how his life had taken such a strange turn. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was soft, almost fatherly. I want you to be careful. This tournament is dangerous, far more dangerous than you might imagine. And I fear. He paused, his eyes clouding with concern. I fear that someone is using you for purposes we don't yet understand. Who? Harry asked. Who would want to hurt me? I don't know. Dumbledore admitted. But I intend to find out. Harry left the chamber feeling more alone than he had in years. The corridors of Hogwarts were empty, the feast still in full swing, and his footsteps echoed in the silence as he walked without direction, his mind churning with questions he couldn't answer. He found himself in the astronomy tower, the highest point of the castle, where the night sky stretched above him like a velvet blanket studded with diamonds. The wind was cold, biting through his robes, but he barely noticed. He was too lost in thought. You should be celebrating. Harry spun around, his wand drawn. The girl from Durmstrang was standing in the doorway, her dark hair blowing in the night breeze, her crimson eyes fixed on him with that same intensity he remembered from the lake. Celebrating? Harry repeated, his voice sharp with anger. I didn't ask to be a champion. Someone entered my name without my permission. I'm being used as a pawn in someone else's game. Perhaps, she said, stepping into the tower. Or perhaps you are exactly where you need to be. What is that supposed to mean? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she walked to the edge of the tower, her gaze fixed on the stars. Do you know who I am, Harry Potter? I know you're from Durmstrang. I know you've been watching me. Those are facts, she said, turning to face him. They tell you nothing about who I truly am. Then tell me. Her lips curved into a smile that was both beautiful and sad. My name is Lucinda. Lucinda of the Crimson Court. And I have been watching you because I believe you are the only person in this world who can help me. Harry stared at her, his mind reeling. The Crimson Court. He'd heard the name before, in old books and whispered stories. It was a legend, a myth, a vampire clan so ancient and powerful that they'd been erased from history by those who feared them. You're a vampire, Harry said, the words sounding absurd even as he spoke. Them. You can't be. Vampires don't exist. They're just stories. Lucinda laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a storm. The wizarding world believes what it wants to believe. They've rewritten history to suit their prejudices, erased entire populations because they were inconvenient. The Crimson Court is real, Harry. I am real. And I need your help. Why me? Harry asked, still struggling to process what he was hearing. I'm just a student. I'm not even a very good wizard. You are the boy who lived, Lucinda said, stepping closer. You carry magic that no one else possesses. Magic that is tied to the most ancient powers in existence. And you have no idea how to use it. Harry felt a flash of anger at her condescension. If you need help, why don't you ask Dumbledore? Or the Ministry? Why come to me? Because the Ministry would see me destroyed, Lucinda said, her voice suddenly hard. And Dumbledore? She hesitated, a flicker of something dark crossing her face. Dumbledore has his own agenda. He would use me as a tool, just as he uses you. You don't know what you're talking about. I know more than you think, Harry Potter. I know about your parents. I know about the prophecy. I know about the life you've lived, the burdens you carry, the loneliness that follows you like a shadow. Her voice softened. I know what it's like to be feared for something you didn't choose. Harry felt his anger drain away, replaced by a strange empathy. She was right, he had been feared and pitied and reviled for circumstances beyond his control. And maybe she had been too. What do you want from me? He asked, his voice quieter now. What help could I possibly give you? Lucinda reached out, her cold fingers brushing against his cheek. There is a prophecy, she said softly. An old prophecy, hidden in the depths of the Forbidden Library. It speaks of a wizard who carries extraordinary magic, and a vampire princess who will change the fate of both their worlds. I believe. You are that wizard. I'm not a wizard, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. I'm just a boy who got lucky. I think you underestimate yourself. Lucinda smiled, and for a moment, she looked almost human. I will help you survive the tournament, Harry Potter. In return, you will help me. Do we have a deal? Harry hesitated. He didn't know this girl, didn't know her true intentions. But he could feel the weight of her loneliness, her desperation, and it mirrored his own. Deal, he said finally. Lucinda's smile widened, and Harry felt a strange warmth spread through him despite the cold night air. She reached out and took his hand, her fingers lacing through his. Then let us begin, she whispered. And may we both find what we seek. The days that followed were a blur of training and preparation. Harry threw himself into his studies with a determination he'd never known before, spending every spare moment in the library, in the room of requirement, in any space where he could practice spells and strategies. Ron and Hermione were understandably suspicious of his sudden dedication. You're obsessed with the tournament, Ron said one evening, watching Harry practice a complex shielding charm. You're going to burn yourself out. I'm a champion, Harry reminded him. I have to be ready. But you didn't want to be a champion. You said so yourself. That doesn't matter now. I have to compete, whether I like it or not. Hermione studied Harry with those sharp, analytical eyes of hers. There's something you're not telling us. Something about the Durmstrang girl. Harry felt a flush of guilt. He'd been keeping Lucinda's secret, the nature of their alliance, the prophecy that supposedly tied them together. It was the first real secret he'd ever kept from his friends, and it felt like a betrayal. There's nothing to tell, he said, hating the lie as it left his lips. You're a terrible liar, Hermione said, echoing her earlier assessment. But I trust you. When you're ready to tell me the truth, I'll be here. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for her loyalty. He didn't deserve it, not when he was keeping secrets that could put all of them in danger. But he couldn't tell her the truth, not yet. Not until he understood what he was dealing with. Lucinda continued to meet him in secret, in shadowed corners of the castle, in the depths of the forbidden forest. She taught him spells he'd never encountered before, combat techniques that seemed brutal but effective. And in return, she shared pieces of her past, fragments of the life she'd lived before coming to Hogwarts. I was raised in the Crimson Court, she told him one evening, their breath misting in the cold air. It's a hidden fortress in the northern mountains, beyond the reach of the wizarding world. My mother was the queen, the most powerful vampire in the clan. And my father was a wizard who fell in love with her despite the danger. What happened to them? Harry asked, already suspecting the answer. Lucinda's eyes darkened with old pain. They were killed by dark wizards who feared the power of their union. I was only a child, but I remember the fire. The screaming. The smell of burning blood. I'm sorry, Harry said, the words feeling inadequate. That's terrible. It is what it is, Lucinda said, her voice hardening. I survived, as you survived. And now we have a chance to make things right. Harry wanted to ask more questions, to understand the full scope of what she was asking of him. But she'd taught him enough to know that some questions were better left unasked. The night of the first task arrived with a sense of dread that made Harry's stomach churn. The champions were summoned to the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed into a strange arena with obstacles and challenges scattered across its surface. We have prepared a challenge that will test your courage, your skill, and your intelligence, Professor Dumbledore announced. His voice carrying to the assembled students. The champions must retrieve a golden egg from the nest of. The crowd gasped as a massive dragon was led onto the pitch, its scales gleaming in the torchlight. Harry felt his blood run cold. A dragon, Ron whispered, his voice barely audible. They're going to make you face a dragon. Harry could barely think. The dragon was enormous, its eyes fixed on the champions with predatory intelligence. It was bound by chains, but Harry knew those chains wouldn't hold it for long. Each champion will face a dragon, Dumbledore confirmed. The first champion to retrieve the egg will be declared the winner of this task. Crumb went first, using a spell to distract the dragon and snatch the egg from its nest. Delacour followed, her grace and speed making short work of the challenge. And then it was Harry's turn. He walked onto the pitch, his wand in hand, trying to remember all the spells Lucinda had taught him. But the dragon was massive, terrifying, and Harry felt his confidence crumbling. Accio, he shouted, hoping to summon the egg from the nest. The egg didn't move. The dragon's eyes fixed on Harry, and Harry realized with horror that he'd just drawn its attention. Protego, he shouted, casting a shield charm just as the dragon breathed a stream of fire. The flames washed over his shield, and Harry felt the heat searing through the magical barrier. He was going to die. He was going to die in front of the entire school, and there was nothing he could do about it. Now, Harry, a voice shouted in his mind, Lucinda's voice. The binding spell I taught you. Use it. Harry didn't hesitate. He cast the spell, feeling the magic surge through him, and the dragon's eyes suddenly went dull, its movement slowing to a halt. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Harry barely heard them. He walked to the nest, retrieved the egg, and stumbled off the pitch, his heart pounding in his chest. He found Lucinda waiting for him in the shadows, her crimson eyes bright with something that might have been approval. Well done, she said softly. I knew you had it in you. Thank you, Harry said, his voice hoarse. I couldn't have done it without you. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt that strange warmth spread through him again. She was dangerous, he knew that. But she was also the only person in this world who seemed to understand him. The first task was over, but Harry knew the real challenges were just beginning. Chapter 3, The Forbidden Library. The aftermath of the first task brought Harry a measure of respect he hadn't anticipated. Students who had once whispered about him being an attention-seeking fraud now clapped him on the back and offered congratulations. Even some of the Slytherins, who had been openly hostile since his name emerged from the goblet, seemed to regard him with grudging admiration. Harry accepted the praise with a hollow smile. He knew the truth, that he'd only survived the dragon because of Lucinda's intervention, because of the binding spell she'd taught him in their secret sessions. The victory felt tainted, like a prize won through cheating, even if no one else knew it. Harry, you were brilliant. Hermione gushed as they walked to the common room after the task. I've never seen a binding spell like that. Where did you learn it? I read it somewhere, Harry said vaguely. I can't remember where. That's not an answer, Hermione pressed, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. I've read every book on dragon handling in the library, and I've never encountered a spell that could immobilize a dragon like that. Well, maybe you haven't read the right books. Hermione opened her mouth to argue further, but Ron interrupted, his face flushed with excitement. Does it matter where he learned it? He survived a dragon. That's incredible. Harry shot Ron a grateful look, and the conversation shifted to the upcoming Yule Ball, which was causing a stir among the students. The champions were expected to lead the dancing, and Ron was already panicking about finding a date. But Harry's mind was elsewhere. He needed answers, real answers about who Lucinda was, what the Crimson Court represented, and why she'd chosen him as her ally. He couldn't continue this alliance blindly, trusting a stranger who might have her own agenda. That night, after Ron and Hermione had gone to bed, Harry slipped out of the common room and made his way through the dark corridors of Hogwarts. He had a destination in mind, the restricted section of the library, where the most dangerous and forbidden knowledge was kept. He'd visited the restricted section before, but always with a professor's permission or under duress. Tonight, he had no such permission, and the consequences of being caught would be severe. But the need for answers outweighed the risk. The library was dark and silent, the only sound the rustle of the old stones settling in the night. Harry moved carefully, his footsteps muffled on the thick carpet, his wand casting a dim light that barely illuminated the path ahead. The restricted section was cordoned off by a magical barrier, one that would alert the librarian to any unauthorized entry. Harry had anticipated this. Lucinda had taught him a countercharm that would silence the wards and allow him to pass through undetected. He whispered the incantation, feeling the magic shimmer around him, and stepped through the barrier. The books in this section were different from those in the main library, older, darker, bound in materials that seemed to absorb the light from his wand. Harry scanned the titles, searching for anything related to vampires, the Crimson Court, or ancient prophecies. Many of the books were written in languages he couldn't understand, their scripts curling and twisting in ways that made his eyes ache. Looking for something specific, Mr. Potter? Harry spun around, his wand raised. The voice had come from the shadows, and for a moment, he feared he'd been caught by the librarian. But it wasn't Madame Pants who emerged from the darkness. It was a ghost, ancient and translucent, with eyes that seemed to hold centuries of knowledge. Who are you? Harry demanded, his voice steady despite his racing heart. I am the keeper of the restricted section, the ghost said, his voice echoing strangely. I have watched over these books for longer than you can imagine. And I have been expecting you. Expecting me? Why? The prophecy, of course. The ghost gestured toward a book on a high shelf, its cover black and unadorned. The one that speaks of the wizard and the vampire princess. You are here to read it, are you not? Harry hesitated. This could be a trap, a trick designed to expose him. But the ghost seemed genuine, and the book he'd indicated was pulsing with a faint crimson light. I need to understand, Harry said finally. I need to know what I've gotten myself into. The ghost nodded solemnly. Then read, Mr. Potter. But be warned, knowledge comes with a price. Once you know the truth, you cannot unknow it. The ghost faded into the shadows, leaving Harry alone with the pulsing book. He reached up and took it from the shelf, feeling a jolt of electricity as his fingers touched the cover. The book was heavy, its pages thick and yellowed with age. Harry opened it, and the words seemed to glow on the page, illuminating the darkness around him. The prophecy was written in verse, its language archaic and difficult to parse. But as Harry read, the meaning became clear. Asterisk when crimson moon reflects on stone. An ancient blood calls to its throne. The wizard marked by death's embrace shall find his strength in sacred grace. Together they shall break the curse that binds the darkness, makes it worse. United by the fires of old. A tale of courage shall unfold. The vampire princess and the boy, whose fate was twisted, life destroyed, shall rise above the ancient hate, and seal the crimson courts. New fate, asterisk. Harry read the prophecy again, his mind racing. It spoke of a wizard marked by death, that was him, certainly. And a vampire princess, that had to be Lucinda. But what curse? What ancient hate? And what did it mean that they would rise above it? There's more, the ghost whispered, appearing beside him. The prophecy continues, but it is hidden. Only the worthy can read the full text. How do I become worthy? By proving your commitment, the ghost said. By showing that you are willing to sacrifice everything for the truth. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of sacrifice? The ghost didn't answer. Instead, he gestured toward a door that Harry hadn't noticed before, set into the wall of the restricted section. Beyond that door lies the forbidden library, the ghost said. A place where the most dangerous knowledge in the world is kept. If you wish to learn the full prophecy, you must enter and retrieve the second volume of the Book of Blood. The Book of Blood? It contains the history of the Crimson Court, the ghost explained. Every secret, every betrayal, every triumph. It is protected by ancient magic that will test your courage and your resolve. Harry looked at the door, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on him. He could walk away now, return to his bed, and pretend he'd never found the prophecy. But the questions would remain, gnawing at him like parasites. I'll do it, he said finally. I need to know the truth. The ghost nodded, and Harry pushed open the door. The forbidden library was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. It stretched endlessly in all directions, a vast cavern filled with bookshelves that rose so high they disappeared into darkness. The books themselves seemed to pulse with a life of their own, their covers shifting and changing as Harry walked past. He moved cautiously, his wand held high, trying to orient himself in the impossible space. The Book of Blood had to be here. Somewhere, but the library was a maze, and Harry had no guide to navigate it. Looking for something? Harry spun around, his heart pounding. A figure stood in the shadows, and for a moment, Harry thought it was Lucinda. But the voice was wrong, deeper, more menacing. Who are you? Harry demanded. I am the guardian of this library, the figure said, stepping into the light. It was a man, ancient and withered, with eyes that glowed like coals. And I have been waiting for you, Harry Potter. You keep saying that, Harry said, trying to keep his voice steady. Everyone in this place seems to have been waiting for me. Because you are important, the guardian said. The prophecy speaks of you. The vampire princess speaks of you. But the question is, are you worthy of the trust they have placed in you? I don't know, Harry admitted. I'm just trying to survive. Survival is not the same as purpose, the guardian said. To achieve greatness, you must be willing to sacrifice. To fight. To bleed. The guardian gestured, and the bookshelves seemed to shift, revealing a path that led deeper into the library. Harry followed, his footsteps echoing in the vast space. At the end of the path was a pedestal, and on the pedestal lay a book bound in what looked like human skin. Its cover was crimson, and it pulsed with a rhythmic beat, like a heart. The Book of Blood, the guardian said. Only the worthy may touch it. If you are not worthy, the book will reject you. And the rejection will be painful. Harry approached the pedestal, his hand trembling. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cover, and felt a surge of power that nearly knocked him off his feet. The book opened of its own accord, its pages turning rapidly, and Harry saw images flashing before his eyes, a fortress in the mountains, a woman with Lucinda's eyes, a battle that raged across a field of snow. He saw the Crimson Court in its glory, and he saw its fall. It's beautiful, he whispered. And terrible. The truth often is, the guardian said. Now read. Learn. And understand. Harry began to read, his eyes scanning the pages. The book contained the full history of the Crimson Court, their origins, their alliances, their betrayals. It spoke of a curse that had been placed upon the bloodline, a curse that forced every heir to suppress their emotions or risk unleashing uncontrollable power. Lucinda carried this curse. It was why she seemed so controlled, so distant. She was fighting a constant battle against something dark and ancient inside her. To break the curse, the vampire princess must bond with a wizard who carries extraordinary magic, the book explained. The bond must be voluntary, forged through trial and sacrifice. If successful, the curse will be broken, and the full power of the Crimson Court will be restored. Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. Lucinda had never mentioned this. She'd asked for his help, but she hadn't explained the full cost. "Why didn't you tell me?" he muttered, anger and betrayal warring in his chest. "Would you have agreed if you knew the truth?" a voice asked behind him. Harry spun around. Lucinda was standing in the doorway of the library, her crimson eyes fixed on him with an unreadable expression. "You followed me," he said, his voice flat. "I had to know if you would find the truth," she said. "I needed to see if you could discover it on your own." "What else are you hiding from me, Lucinda? What else haven't you told me?" Lucinda stepped closer, her face pale in the dim light. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want to scare you away. The bond is permanent, Harry. Once it's formed, we will be connected for the rest of our lives. Our thoughts, our emotions, our very souls, they will be intertwined." Harry felt his stomach drop. "That's insane. You can't ask me to do that." "I'm not asking," Lucinda said, her voice desperate. "I'm begging. My clan is dying, Harry. The curse is killing us slowly, and I am the only one who can stop it. But I can't do it alone." "Why me? Why not someone else?" "Because the prophecy chose you," Lucinda said. "Because you carry magic that is ancient and powerful. Because you are the only person in the world who can understand what I am." Harry stared at her, his mind reeling. This was too much, too fast. He'd come here seeking answers, and instead, he'd found a burden he never asked for. "I need time to think," he said finally. "I need to process this." Lucinda nodded, her expression resigned. "Take all the time you need. But the curse is getting worse, Harry. I don't have much time left." She turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving Harry alone in the forbidden library with the Book of Blood still pulsing on its pedestal. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in his bed, staring at the canopy, trying to process everything he'd learned. The prophecy, the curse, the bond. Lucinda's desperate plea for help. He couldn't do it. Could he? The bond would be permanent, he would be tied to Lucinda for the rest of his life, in ways he couldn't even imagine. His thoughts, his emotions, his very soul would be intertwined with hers. But if he refused, the Crimson Court would die. Lucinda would die. All those people, all those lives, they would be extinguished because he was too afraid to help. "I can't do this alone," he whispered to the darkness. "I need help." But who could he ask? Dumbledore? The man had his own agenda, his own secrets. Hermione and Ron. They would try to stop him, to protect him from what they saw as a dangerous path. There was only one person he could trust with this secret. Only one person who would understand. The next morning, Harry sought out Sirius. The connection was tenuous, the mirror he'd been given by his godfather the only link between them. "Sirius," he said, his voice hoarse. "I need to talk to you." Sirius's face appeared in the mirror, his eyes sharp with concern. "Harry? What's wrong? You look terrible." "I need your advice," Harry said. "About something important. Something dangerous." Sirius listened as Harry explained everything, Lucinda, the prophecy, the curse, the bond. He didn't interrupt, didn't judge. He just listened, his expression growing more serious with each revelation. "Harry," he said finally, "this is your choice. No one can make it for you. But I want you to think carefully before you decide." "I have been thinking," Harry said. "That's all I've been doing." "Then what does your heart tell you?" Sirius asked. "Do you trust her? Do you believe she's telling the truth?" Harry hesitated. Did he trust Lucinda? She'd saved his life, taught him powerful magic, shared her secrets. But she'd also hidden the most important truth from him. "I don't know," he admitted. "I want to trust her. But I'm scared." "Fear is natural," Sirius said. "But don't let it make your decision for you. If you choose to help her, make sure it's because you believe it's the right thing to do, not because you're afraid of what might happen if you don't." Harry nodded, feeling a sense of clarity that had been missing since he'd entered the Forbidden Library. "Thank you, Sirius. I needed to hear that." "Anytime, Harry. And remember, whatever you decide, I'm proud of you. You're stronger than you know." The connection faded, and Harry was left alone with his thoughts. He knew what he had to do. It was terrifying, dangerous, and possibly insane. But it was also the right thing. Harry found Lucinda in the same place he'd first encountered her, by the Black Lake, her figure silhouetted against the moonlight. She turned as he approached, her crimson eyes searching his face. "Have you decided?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," Harry said, taking a deep breath. "I'll help you. I'll form the bond." Lucinda's face lit up with a mixture of relief and gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice trembling. "You don't know what this means to me." "I think I do," Harry said. "But we have to be careful. The tournament, the Dark Wizards, Voldemort, there are forces at work that we don't fully understand." Lucinda nodded. "I know. That's why we have to be strategic. We can't let anyone know about the bond until it's complete." "I understand." Lucinda reached out and took his hand, her cold fingers lacing through his. "We'll need to perform a ritual," she said. "It will be dangerous, and it will require trust and sacrifice from both of us. But if we succeed, we'll be stronger than ever before." "Then let's do it," Harry said, his voice firm. Lucinda smiled, and for a moment, she looked almost human. "There is one more thing you should know," she said, her voice hesitant. "The bond will reveal things about yourself that you may not want to see. It will force you to confront the darkness inside you." Harry thought about his life, the abuse at the Dursleys, the losses he'd suffered, the anger that sometimes consumed him. He knew there was darkness inside him, a shadow that followed him everywhere. "I can handle it," he said. Lucinda nodded, and they walked together into the night, their hands still clasped, their fates intertwined. The ritual would take place in the Forbidden Forest, where the ancient magic was strongest. Harry felt a sense of destiny as they walked, a feeling that he was finally doing something important, something that mattered. But there was also fear, a deep and primal fear of what he was about to become. The bond would change him, transform him in ways he couldn't predict. He only hoped he was strong enough to survive the change. Chapter 4, An Unexpected Alliance. The Forbidden Forest had always held a certain darkness for Harry, a place of danger and mystery, where centaurs roamed and acromantulas lurked in the shadows. But tonight, it felt different. Tonight, the forest seemed to welcome him, its ancient trees leaning in as if to witness what was about to unfold. Lucinda led him through the twisting paths with an unerring certainty, her hands still clasped in his. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting silver patterns on the forest floor, and Harry could feel the magic pulsing through the earth beneath his feet. "Where are we going?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "To the heart of the forest," Lucinda replied. "There's a clearing there, an ancient place where the veil between worlds is thin. It's the perfect location for the ritual." Harry nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd made his decision, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. The bond would tie him to Lucinda forever, binding their souls together in a way that could never be undone. They emerged into a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood a stone altar, covered in carvings that seemed to writhe and shift in the darkness. The air was thick with magic, and Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. "This is it," Lucinda said, releasing his hand and stepping toward the altar. "The ritual requires blood and sacrifice. Are you ready?" Harry took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Lucinda drew a dagger from her robes, its blade gleaming in the moonlight. She cut her palm, letting the blood drip onto the altar, and then handed the dagger to Harry. "Your turn," she said. Harry took the dagger, feeling its weight in his hand. He'd never been comfortable with blood magic, it felt too close to the dark arts, to the kind of magic Voldemort practiced. But Lucinda had explained that the bond required a sacrifice, a willing offering of blood to seal the connection. He cut his palm, wincing at the sharp sting of the blade. His blood mingled with Lucinda's on the altar, and the carvings began to glow with a crimson light. "Now repeat after me," Lucinda said, her voice taking on a chanting rhythm. "By blood and bone, by heart and soul, I bind myself to thee." Harry repeated the words, feeling the magic surge through him. The air around them seemed to thicken, and Harry felt something pulling at his chest, as if a thread was being woven between his heart and Lucinda's. "I offer my strength, my courage, my life," Lucinda continued. "In return, I ask for your trust, your loyalty, your truth." Harry repeated the words, and the thread tightened, pulling them closer together. He could feel Lucinda's emotions now, her fear, her hope, her desperate need for the bond to succeed. "I accept the bond," they said in unison. "From this day forward, we are one." The world exploded into light. Harry felt as if he were being torn apart and reassembled, his soul stretched and twisted to accommodate Lucinda's presence. He saw her memories, a childhood in the frozen north, the death of her parents, the curse that had haunted her family for centuries. He felt her pain, her loneliness, her determination to save her people. And she saw his, the cupboard under the stairs, the abuse at the Dursleys, the death of his parents, the weight of the prophecy that had been placed on his shoulders. When the light faded, they were both kneeling on the forest floor, gasping for breath. Harry looked at Lucinda, and for the first time, he truly understood her. "I see you," he whispered. "All of you." "And I see you," she replied, her voice trembling. "The real you. The one you hide from everyone else." They stood together, their hands still bleeding, their souls now intertwined. Harry could feel Lucinda's presence in the back of his mind, a constant reminder that they were no longer separate. The bond was complete. The next morning, Harry woke feeling different. The world seemed sharper, more vivid, as if he'd been seeing it through a fog that had suddenly lifted. He could hear the distant sounds of the castle, the whispers of the students in the corridors, the soft rustle of the curtains in his dormitory. And he could feel Lucinda. She was in the Durmstrang ship, preparing for the day ahead. Her emotions were calm but focused, her mind already turning to the challenges that lay before them. "How do you feel?" her voice echoed in his mind, and Harry jumped, startled. "We can talk like this now?" he asked, the words forming in his mind without his conscious effort. "The bond allows it," Lucinda confirmed. "It will take some getting used to." Harry nodded, though she couldn't see him. The connection was strange but not unpleasant, a constant awareness of another presence at the edges of his consciousness. "What happens now?" he asked. "How do we break the curse?" "First, we need to find the key," Lucinda replied. "The curse was placed on my bloodline by a dark wizard who sought to control the Crimson Court. The key to breaking it is hidden somewhere in this castle, in a place that only you can access." "Why me?" "Because the key is tied to your magic," Lucinda explained. "The prophecy spoke of a wizard with extraordinary magic, you. Only you can unlock the seal that protects the key." Harry felt a surge of anxiety. He'd never been good at magical puzzles, and the idea of being the only one who could solve this problem was daunting. "I'll try," he said. "But I don't know if I can do it." "You can," Lucinda said, her voice firm. "I believe in you, Harry. We are bound now, and our strength is greater together than it is apart." Harry felt a warmth spread through him at her words. It was strange, having someone who believed in him so completely, someone who understood the weight of his burdens. "I won't let you down," he said. "I know you won't." The first task had been a trial by fire, literally, and Harry had emerged victorious. But the second task was looming, and the pressure was mounting. Harry spent every spare moment training, practicing spells and strategies that might help him survive whatever challenge awaited. Lucinda was his constant companion now, not in body but in spirit. Their bond allowed them to communicate across distances, to share emotions and thoughts, to support each other when the weight of their burdens became too much. But the bond also had its challenges. Harry found himself distracted by Lucinda's emotions, her thoughts intruding on his own at unexpected moments. And she felt the same. Her training sessions were interrupted by sudden flashes of Harry's anxiety, his fear, his hope. "We need to learn to control this," Lucinda said one evening, frustration coloring her mental voice. "We can't afford to be distracted during the tournament." "Easier said than done," Harry replied. "How do we stop feeling what the other feels?" "Practice," Lucinda said. "We need to learn to shield our emotions, to block each other out when necessary. It will take time, but we have no choice." They began to practice, using techniques Lucinda had learned from her vampire training. It was difficult, exhausting work, but gradually, they learned to control the bond, to hold their emotions separate from each other's. The growing intimacy of their connection was both a blessing and a curse. Harry found himself drawn to Lucinda in ways that went beyond the bond. He admired her strength, her determination, her willingness to sacrifice everything for her people. And he felt her admiration for him growing in return. "You're stronger than you know," she told him one night, their minds intertwined in the darkness. "You've survived so much, and you're still standing. That takes incredible courage." "I'm just trying to survive," Harry said. "That's all I've ever done." "Survival is the first step," Lucinda said. "Courage is what comes after." Harry felt a warmth spread through him at her words. It was strange, having someone who saw him so clearly, who understood the struggles he'd faced. And it was terrifying, because it made him vulnerable in ways he'd never been before. The second task was announced with all the fanfare Harry had come to expect from the Triwizard Tournament. They would be required to retrieve something precious from the depths of the Black Lake, a challenge that would test their endurance, their magical skill, and their courage. "Something precious," Ron mused, his face pale. "What could that mean?" "Probably something we'll have to swim for," Hermione said, her tone matter-of-fact. "The lake is deep and cold. The challenge will be staying alive while searching for whatever they've hidden." Harry nodded, his mind racing. He'd never been a strong swimmer, and the thought of plunging into the dark waters of the lake filled him with dread. But he had an advantage that the other champions didn't, Lucinda. Her vampire abilities allowed her to breathe underwater, to see in the darkness, to move with a speed and grace that was beyond human. "I'll be with you," she promised him. "Not physically, but through the bond. I can guide you, help you navigate the depths." Harry felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "I don't think I could do this without you." "You could," Lucinda said. "You're stronger than you know. But I'm glad I can help." The day of the second task dawned gray and cold, with a mist that clung to the surface of the Black Lake like a shroud. The spectators gathered on the shores, their breath misting in the air, their excitement palpable. Harry stood at the edge of the water, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel Lucinda's presence at the back of his mind, a comforting reassurance that he wasn't alone. "The champions will enter the water when the signal is given," Dumbledore announced. "They must retrieve what was taken from them and return to the surface." The first champion to complete the task will be declared the winner. Harry scanned the crowd, looking for the hostages who would be taken. He saw Ron, his face pale with fear, and Hermione, her expression determined. And he saw someone else, a figure in the crowd that made his blood run cold. The vampire hunters had arrived. They were disguised as ordinary spectators, but Harry could sense them through his bond with Lucinda. They were dark wizards, hunters who had dedicated their lives to destroying the Crimson Court. And they had come to the tournament to find their prey. "Lucinda," he said, his mental voice urgent. "They're here. The hunters." "I know," she replied, her voice tight with fear. "I can sense them. They've come for me. We have to warn the others. We have to." "No." Lucinda's voice was firm. "We can't reveal ourselves. The hunters will use the tournament as cover for their attack. We have to be careful." Harry felt a surge of frustration. "So what do we do?" "We play their game," Lucinda said. "We go through with the task. And when the moment is right, we fight back." Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. The task ahead was dangerous enough without the added threat of vampire hunters. The signal was given, and Harry plunged into the water. The cold hit him like a physical blow, stealing his breath and numbing his limbs. He struggled to orient himself, his wand casting a dim light in the murky depths. "Follow the current," Lucinda's voice guided him. "The hostages are in the village at the bottom of the lake." Harry swam, his muscles burning with effort. The water was dark and cold, and he could feel the pressure building in his ears as he descended. The village came into view, its stone buildings illuminated by a soft, magical glow. Harry could see the hostages, Ron, Hermione, and others he didn't recognize, bound to statues in the center of the village. "Here," Lucinda said. "Free them and get to the surface." Harry swam toward the hostages, his wand extended. He cut the bonds with a quick spell, and the hostages rose to the surface, their bodies buoyed by magic. But as Harry turned to follow them, he saw something move in the darkness. A shape, large and menacing, swimming toward him with terrifying speed. "Mere people," Lucinda warned. "They're hostile. They've been controlled by the hunters." Harry swam desperately, trying to escape the creatures pursuing him. But they were faster, stronger, and they surrounded him with a wall of bodies. "Use the binding spell," Lucinda urged. "Like you did with the dragon." Harry cast the spell, and the mere people froze, their bodies suspended in the water. He swam through the gap, his lungs burning for air. The surface was closer now, and Harry could see the light of the sun filtering through the water. He swam with all his strength, his body screaming for oxygen. And then he broke the surface, gasping for breath. The crowd erupted in cheers as Harry emerged from the water, the hostages safe behind him. He staggered to the shore, his body trembling with exhaustion. But he didn't have time to celebrate. The hunters were moving through the crowd, their dark robes blending with the shadows. "They're going to attack," Harry said, his mental voice urgent. "I can feel their magic building." "Get the hostages to safety," Lucinda said. "I'll deal with the hunters." "No. They'll kill you." "They'll try," Lucinda said, and Harry felt a surge of dark humor through the bond. "But they'll fail." Harry watched as Lucinda emerged from the shadows, her eyes blazing with crimson fire. The hunters turned, their wands drawn, and Harry felt the magic building around them. Lucinda moved with a speed that was almost impossible to track. She was on the hunters before they could cast their spells, her hands glowing with dark energy. "Protego!" Harry shouted, casting a shield charm around the hostages. The hunters' spells ricocheted off the barrier, but Lucinda was already in the midst of them, fighting with a ferocity that was terrifying to behold. Harry wanted to help, to fight beside her, but he was too exhausted from the task. He could only watch as Lucinda dispatched the hunters, her movements fluid and deadly. The final hunter fell, and Lucinda stood in the center of the circle, her chest heaving, her eyes still blazing. The crowd was silent, frozen in shock and fear. "Lucinda," Harry called out, his voice hoarse. "It's over. They're gone." Lucinda turned to look at him, and for a moment, Harry saw the vulnerability behind her fierce exterior. She was scared, exhausted, and alone. But she was also determined. She wouldn't let the hunters win. "We need to leave," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The ministry will investigate. They'll find out about my nature." "I won't let that happen," Harry said. "I won't let them hurt you." Lucinda smiled, a sad, weary smile. "You can't protect me from everything, Harry. But I appreciate the effort." Harry felt a surge of emotion through the bond, gratitude, trust, and something deeper. Something that scared him because it felt like love. He pushed the feeling aside, focusing on the practicalities. The second task was over, and the hunt for the key to break the curse was just beginning. "Let's go back to the castle," he said. "We need to find that key." Lucinda nodded, and together they walked through the crowd, the whispers and stares following them like a shadow. The bond pulsed with a warm glow, and Harry knew that whatever happened next, they would face it together. The aftermath of the second task was chaotic. The ministry descended on Hogwarts, demanding answers about the attack. The vampire hunters were taken into custody, but their leader had escaped, and the threat was far from over. "They'll be back," Lucinda said, her mental voice grim. "They won't stop until I'm dead." "Then we'll be ready," Harry replied. "We'll find the key, break the curse, and stop them." "You have a lot of faith in us," Lucinda said, a hint of amusement in her voice. "I have faith in you," Harry said. "You're the strongest person I've ever met." Lucinda was silent for a moment, and Harry felt a wave of emotion through the bond, surprise, gratitude, and something that felt like longing. "Thank you," she said finally. "I needed to hear that." They sat together in the astronomy tower, watching the stars wheel overhead. The bond pulsed between them, a constant reminder of their connection. "The key is in the room of requirement," Lucinda said suddenly. "I've been searching for it for weeks, and I finally found its location." "The room of requirement? That's where it's hidden." "Yes. The room will only open for someone who truly needs to find the key. You'll have to go there alone, Harry. The room won't respond to me." Harry nodded, feeling a sense of purpose. "I'll go tonight. We can't afford to wait any longer." "Be careful," Lucinda said. "The room will test you. It will try to distract you, to make you fail. But I have faith in you." Harry felt a surge of warmth at her words. He stood, ready to leave, but Lucinda caught his hand. "Harry," she said, her voice soft. "Thank you. For everything." "I haven't done anything yet," he said. "You've done more than you know," Lucinda said. "You've believed in me. You've trusted me. That's more than anyone else has ever given me." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the bond pulse between them. "I'll always be here for you," he said. "No matter what." Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the warmth of her gratitude through the bond. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. The hunt for the key was about to begin. Chapter 5, Secrets Beneath Durmstrang. The room of requirement materialized before Harry with its usual subtle magic, a door appearing where moments before there had been only stone wall. He pushed it open, his heart pounding with anticipation, and stepped inside. The room that greeted him was unlike any version he'd seen before. It was vast, stretching into darkness on all sides, with shelves rising toward an invisible ceiling. Each shelf was lined with objects, thousands upon thousands of them, all glittering with the residue of forgotten magic. "Where do I even begin?" Harry muttered, his voice echoing in the vast space. "Look for something that calls to you," Lucinda's voice echoed in his mind. The key will resonate with your magic. Trust your instincts. Harry walked through the aisles, his eyes scanning the objects. There were brooms and books, cauldrons and cloaks, items so ancient that their purpose had been lost to time. He touched a few, feeling the hum of old magic beneath his fingers, but none of them felt right. Then he felt it, a pull, like a thread tugging at his consciousness. He followed it, weaving through the maze of shelves, until he came to a small alcove hidden in the shadows. On a pedestal in the center of the alcove lay a key. It was simple in design, made of black iron, but it pulsed with a power that made Harry's skin tingle. "This is it," he said, reaching out to take it. The moment his fingers touched the key, the room shifted. The shelves vanished, replaced by a vast landscape of snow and ice. Harry stood at the edge of a frozen lake, surrounded by mountains that rose like jagged teeth against a gray sky. "Welcome, Harry Potter," a voice said, and Harry turned to see a figure emerging from the snow. It was a woman, ancient and beautiful, with eyes that glowed like embers. "I am the guardian of the key. To prove yourself worthy, you must answer my questions." "I'm ready," Harry said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. The woman smiled, and Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. "The first question, what is the greatest sacrifice you have ever made?" Harry thought about his life, the losses, the pain, the choices he'd been forced to make. "I sacrificed my childhood," he said finally. "I grew up in a home where I was hated, where I was made to feel worthless. But I survived, and I became stronger because of it." The woman nodded, seemingly satisfied. "The second question, what is the greatest fear you have ever faced?" Harry didn't hesitate. "Losing the people I love. I've lost so many already, my parents, Sirius, everyone who's ever mattered to me. The thought of losing more, it terrifies me." The woman's expression softened. "The third question, what is the greatest hope you hold in your heart?" Harry paused, considering the question. "I hope that I can make a difference," he said. "I hope that my life means something, that I can help people, that I can be the person everyone believes I am." The woman smiled, and the landscape faded, replaced by the room of requirement. The key was still in Harry's hand, pulsing with a warm glow. "You have proven yourself worthy," the woman's voice echoed. "Take the key, Harry Potter. Use it wisely." The room dissolved around him, and Harry found himself standing in the corridor outside the room of requirement, the key clutched in his hand. "I did it," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "I found the key." "I knew you would," Lucinda's voice replied, and Harry felt a surge of pride through the bond. The key was the first step, but Harry knew that the real challenge was just beginning. The key unlocked a door that led to the heart of the Crimson Court's power, to a place where the curse could finally be broken. "We need to go to Durmstrang," Lucinda explained. "The door is hidden beneath the ship. It's the only place where the ritual can be performed." "Then let's go," Harry said. "Tonight." Lucinda was waiting for him at the edge of the Black Lake, her figure silhouetted against the moonlight. Harry approached her, the key warm in his pocket, and felt the bond pulse with anticipation. "The ship is guarded," Lucinda warned. "Karkaroff knows about the door, and he's placed wards to prevent anyone from entering. We'll have to be careful." "I can handle wards," Harry said, remembering the spells he'd learned from Lucinda. "Show me the way." They walked together toward the Durmstrang ship, its dark shape looming against the night sky. The ship was quiet, its occupants asleep, but Harry could feel the wards humming with power. Lucinda led him to a hidden entrance, a small hatch at the side of the hull that was concealed by magic. She whispered a countercharm, and the hatch swung open, revealing a narrow passage that led into the ship's interior. "This way," she said, slipping through the hatch. Harry followed, his heart pounding with adrenaline. The passage led to a staircase that descended into the depths of the ship. The air grew colder, the walls damp with condensation, and Harry could feel the weight of the water pressing against the hull. "Down here," Lucinda said, her voice barely above a whisper. The door is at the very bottom. They descended deeper, past chambers filled with dark artifacts and ancient relics. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. The magic in this place was old, powerful, and tinged with something that felt almost sinister. Karkaroff used this ship for dark purposes, Lucinda explained, sensing his unease. He was a Death Eater once, before he fled. He's not someone to be trusted. Then why does he have access to the door? Harry asked. Because the door was here before he arrived, Lucinda said. The Crimson Court had agents in Durmstrang centuries ago. They placed the door here as a failsafe, a hidden passage that only the heir could access. They reached the bottom of the staircase, and Harry saw it, a massive door made of black stone, covered in carvings that seemed to writhe in the dim light. The door pulsed with a power that made Harry's skin tingle. This is it, Lucinda said, her voice filled with reverence. The door to the heart of the Crimson Court. Harry approached the door, the key warm in his hand. He inserted it into the lock, and the door swung open with a grinding sound that echoed through the ship. Beyond the door was a chamber that seemed to exist outside of time and space. The walls were made of crystal, and they pulsed with a crimson light that made everything seem surreal. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal. And on the pedestal lay a book, the Book of Blood, Harry realized, the same book he'd seen in the Forbidden Library. This is where we perform the ritual, Lucinda said, stepping into the chamber. The curse can only be broken here, where the power of the Crimson Court is strongest. Harry followed her, feeling the weight of the chamber's magic pressing against him. What do I need to do? Stand beside me, Lucinda said. Hold the key, and focus on the bond between us. I'll do the rest. Harry did as he was told, standing beside Lucinda and holding the key aloft. The chamber pulsed with light, and Harry felt the bond between them surge with power. By blood and bone, by heart and soul, Lucinda chanted, her voice echoing in the chamber. I call upon the ancient power of the Crimson Court. Break the curse that binds me. Free my people from the darkness that consumes them. The chamber shook, and Harry felt a surge of power that nearly knocked him off his feet. The key in his hand glowed with a brilliant light, and he felt something shift in the bond between him and Lucinda. The curse was breaking. But as the curse loosened its grip on Lucinda, Harry felt something else, a darkness that had been lurking beneath the surface of her consciousness, waiting for the moment of weakness to strike. Lucinda, something's wrong, he shouted. The darkness, it's trying to consume you. Lucinda's eyes blazed with crimson fire, and Harry felt her control slipping. I can't hold it, she cried, her voice filled with desperation. The curse is fighting back. It's trying to use me. Harry reached out, grabbing her hand. I'm here, he said, his voice firm. I'm not going anywhere. We'll get through this together. Lucinda looked at him, and Harry saw the fear in her eyes, the fear that she would lose control, that she would become the monster everyone believed her to be. Trust me, Harry said. Trust the bond. We're stronger together. Lucinda nodded, and Harry felt her resolve harden. Together, they focused on the bond, using its strength to push back against the darkness. The chamber shook violently, and Harry felt the curse snap, its power dissipating into the air like smoke. Lucinda collapsed, and Harry caught her, holding her against him. It's over, he said, his voice filled with relief. The curse is broken. Lucinda looked up at him, her eyes no longer crimson but a warm, human brown. Thank you, she said, her voice trembling. Thank you for saving me. I told you I would, Harry said. I'll always be here for you. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with a warmth that had never been there before. The curse was gone, and Lucinda was free. But their victory was short-lived. As they emerged from the chamber, Harry heard footsteps echoing in the passage above. Someone was coming. Karkaroff, Lucinda said, her voice tight with fear. He must have sensed the breaking of the curse. We have to get out of here, Harry said, grabbing her hand. Now. They ran through the passage, their footsteps echoing on the stone stairs. The hatch was ahead, and Harry could see the moonlight filtering through the gap. But Karkaroff was faster. He appeared at the top of the stairs, his wand raised, his face twisted with fury. You, he shouted, pointing his wand at Harry. You've destroyed everything I've worked for. Karkaroff, you're a Death Eater, Harry said, his voice steady despite his fear. You don't get to judge what I've done. I should have known you were involved with the Crimson Court, Karkaroff spat. The boy who lived, consorting with vampires. The wizarding world will hear of this. I don't think they will, Lucinda said, stepping forward. Her eyes blazed with crimson fire, and Harry felt the power of the Crimson Court surging through her. Karkaroff, you will stay silent, she commanded, her voice echoing with ancient power. If you breathe a word of what you've seen, the Crimson Court will hunt you down. You will never be safe again. Karkaroff's face went pale, and Harry could see the fear in his eyes. He knew the power of the Crimson Court, and he knew that Lucinda's threat was not an empty one. Fine, he said, his voice trembling. But this isn't over. The Ministry will find out eventually. By then, it won't matter, Lucinda said. By then, the Crimson Court will be too powerful to touch. Karkaroff fled, and Harry felt a surge of relief. The immediate danger was over, but they knew that more challenges lay ahead. We need to get out of here, Harry said. Before anyone else finds us. Lucinda nodded, and they slipped through the hatch, emerging into the cool night air. The Durmstrang ship loomed behind them, but Harry felt no fear. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. Now, they had to prepare for the battles to come. The days that followed were a time of celebration and preparation. Lucinda's curse was broken, and the Crimson Court was slowly healing. Harry could feel her relief through the bond, a lightness that had been absent for so long. But the vampire hunters were still out there, and Voldemort was growing stronger. The threat was far from over. We need to return to the Crimson Court, Lucinda said one evening, sitting beside Harry in the astronomy tower. My people need me. The fortress needs to be rebuilt, the alliances reforged. When do we leave? Harry asked. After the third task, Lucinda said. The tournament will be over, and we'll be free to go. Harry nodded, feeling a mixture of excitement and fear. The journey to the Crimson Court would be dangerous, but he knew it was necessary. Lucinda, he said, his voice hesitant. What happens after? When all of this is over? Lucinda looked at him, her eyes soft in the moonlight. I don't know, she admitted. I've never thought about a future beyond the curse. But I'd like to find out. Together. Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth, and he knew that whatever happened, they would face it together. I'd like that too, he said. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. The bond pulsed between them, a constant reminder of their connection. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Harry knew he was ready. He had Lucinda by his side, and together, they could face anything. The future was uncertain, but for the first time in his life, Harry felt hopeful. He'd found someone who understood him, someone who accepted him for who he was. And that was worth more than all the gold and Gringotts. The Crimson Court awaited, and with it, a new chapter in their journey. Chapter 6, The Crimson Curse. The days following the breaking of the curse were strange for Harry. He'd expected Lucinda to be transformed, to become lighter, happier, free from the weight that had pressed down on her for so long. And in some ways, she was. The constant tension that had marked her features was gone, replaced by a quiet peace that made her seem almost human. But there was something else beneath the surface, something that Harry could feel through the bond but couldn't quite name. A shadow that lingered at the edges of her consciousness, a fear that she couldn't quite shake. Lucinda, he said one evening as they walked through the forbidden forest, the trees casting long shadows in the fading light. What's wrong? I can feel it, something's bothering you. Lucinda was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. The curse is broken, she said finally. But the damage it caused, it doesn't just disappear. The curse was part of me for so long that I don't know who I am without it. Harry reached out, taking her hand. You're still you, he said. The curse didn't define you. It just held you back. Lucinda laughed, a hollow sound that echoed in the forest. You don't understand. The curse wasn't just a magical affliction. It was a part of my identity. For as long as I can remember, I've been told that I was dangerous. That my emotions could destroy everything around me. I learned to suppress everything, my anger, my sadness, my joy. I became a hollow shell because I was afraid of what would happen if I let myself feel. Harry felt his heart ache for her. He knew what it was like to suppress emotions, to hide behind a mask of indifference because showing vulnerability was too dangerous. But the curse is gone now, he said. You can feel again. You can be free. I don't know how, Lucinda admitted. I don't know how to be a person without the curse. I've spent so long being afraid of myself that I've forgotten who I truly am. Harry stopped walking, turning to face her. Then let's figure it out together, he said. You're not alone anymore, Lucinda. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. Lucinda looked at him, and Harry saw the vulnerability in her eyes, the fear that she would be rejected, that she would be seen as the monster everyone believed her to be. Harry, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. What if I'm not the person you think I am? What if the curse was holding back something terrible? Something that I can't control? I don't believe that, Harry said firmly. I know you, Lucinda. I've seen the real you, the person you hide from everyone else. And that person is good. That person is strong. That person is worthy of love. Lucinda's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You really believe that? I know it, Harry said. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Lucinda reached out, her cold fingers brushing against his cheek. Thank you, she said, her voice trembling. Thank you for seeing me. For accepting me. For believing in me. Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth, and he knew that whatever came next, they would face it together. But the curse wasn't the only shadow that haunted Lucinda. The vampire hunters were still out there, and their leader, a man named Corvus Blackwood, was more determined than ever to destroy the Crimson Court. He's been hunting my family for generations, Lucinda explained one night, her voice tight with old pain. The Blackwood family has dedicated their lives to eradicating vampires. They see us as abominations, creatures that need to be purged from the world. They tried to attack you during the tournament, Harry said. They'll try again. I know, Lucinda said. That's why I need to return to the Crimson Court as soon as possible. The fortress is protected by ancient wards that Blackwood can't penetrate. We'll be safe there. And after we're safe? Harry asked. What then? Lucinda was silent for a long moment. Then we'll decide, she said finally. Whether to fight or to hide. Whether to try to find peace or to seek vengeance for all the blood that's been spilled. Harry felt the weight of her words. Revenge was a tempting path, but he knew from experience that it often led to more pain. Vengeance won't bring back the people you've lost, he said gently. It will only make the cycle of violence continue. Lucinda looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of pain and gratitude. I know, she said. But the people who killed my parents, who destroyed my family, they need to face justice. Not because I want revenge, but because they need to be stopped. If we don't stop them, they'll keep killing. They'll never stop. Harry nodded, understanding her point. Then we stop them, he said. But we do it the right way. We don't become like them. Lucinda smiled, a genuine smile that warmed her features. You're a good man, Harry Potter. A better man than I deserve. That's not true, Harry said. You deserve happiness. You deserve peace. And I'm going to help you find it. The journey to the Crimson Court was dangerous, but Harry felt a sense of purpose that he hadn't felt in a long time. He was no longer just the boy who lived, a victim of fate. He was a protector, a champion, a friend. And he was in love. The realization hit him one evening as they made camp in the mountains, the wind howling outside their shelter. He looked at Lucinda, her face illuminated by the fire, and felt his heart swell with an emotion he couldn't quite name. I love you, the words slipped out before he could stop them, and Harry froze, his face flushing with embarrassment. Lucinda looked at him, her eyes wide with surprise. What did you say? Harry took a deep breath, knowing there was no taking it back. I love you, he repeated. I know it's crazy. I know we haven't known each other that long. But I feel it, Lucinda. I feel it through the bond. And I can't pretend anymore. Lucinda was silent for a long moment, and Harry felt his heart sink. She was going to reject him, he was sure of it. She was going to tell him that he was foolish, that he was too young, that he didn't understand what he was feeling. But then she smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth. I love you too, she said softly. I've loved you for a long time. But I was too scared to say anything. Harry felt a surge of joy that made his heart soar. Why were you scared? Because I didn't think I deserved to be loved, Lucinda admitted. Because the curse made me believe that I was incapable of love, that I was too dangerous, too broken. But you showed me that I was wrong. You showed me that I could be loved, that I could love in return. Harry reached out, taking her hand. You're not broken, he said. You're beautiful. You're strong. You're everything I ever wanted. Lucinda leaned in, and Harry felt her lips brush against his. The kiss was soft, tentative, but it sent a surge of electricity through his entire body. When they finally pulled apart, Harry was breathless. That was. He started, but Lucinda silenced him with another kiss. We'll have time for words later, she whispered. Right now, I just want to feel. The journey to the Crimson Court took them through treacherous terrain, but Harry barely noticed the cold or the danger. He was too focused on Lucinda, on the bond that pulsed between them with a warmth that seemed to banish the darkness. They arrived at the fortress on the third night, its ancient walls rising out of the snow like a monument to a forgotten age. The gate was massive, made of black iron, and it pulsed with a power that made Harry's skin tingle. Welcome to the Crimson Court, Lucinda said, her voice filled with pride. The home of my ancestors. The heart of my people. Harry followed her through the gate, and his breath caught in his throat. The fortress was beautiful, its walls lined with tapestries that depicted scenes from the Crimson Court's history. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow over the marble floors. This is incredible, Harry breathed. I've never seen anything like it. Lucinda smiled. It's been in my family for centuries. My mother used to tell me stories about its construction, about the magic that went into building it. It's a testament to your people's strength, Harry said. A symbol of everything they've endured. Lucinda nodded, her expression somber. And a reminder of everything we've lost. The fortress has been attacked many times over the centuries. Each attack took a little more of our history, a little more of our spirit. But you're still here, Harry said. You're still standing. That means something. Lucinda looked at him, her eyes soft. You always know what to say, don't you? Not always, Harry admitted. But I try. They walked through the fortress together, Lucinda showing Harry the chambers where her family had lived, the halls where she'd played as a child. She told him stories about her parents, about the aunts and uncles who had raised her after they died. They were good people, she said. They taught me everything I know. They showed me that being a vampire wasn't a curse, it was a gift. A responsibility to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Harry listened, his heart aching. For the girl she'd been. They would be proud of you, he said. The person you've become. The leader you're going to be. Lucinda smiled, but there was a sadness in her eyes. I hope so, she said. I hope I can live up to their legacy. But the peace was short-lived. A few days after their arrival, the vampire hunters attacked. The assault came at dawn, when the fortress's defenses were at their weakest. Harry woke to the sound of explosions, the walls shaking with each impact. What's happening? He shouted, rushing out of his chambers. Lucinda was already in the great hall, her face pale with fear. The hunters, she said. They've breached the outer defenses. They're attacking the fortress. We have to stop them, Harry said, his wand in hand. We have to protect your people. Lucinda nodded, her expression hardening. Follow me, she said. We'll fight them together. They ran to the gates, where a fierce battle was already raging. The vampire hunters had brought powerful dark magic, spells that could kill vampires with a single touch. Harry saw one of the Crimson Court's warriors fall, his body dissolving into ash. Protego! Harry shouted, casting a shield charm around the fallen warrior. The hunter's spells bounced off the barrier, and Harry felt a surge of satisfaction. But there were too many hunters. They were pushing through the gates, their wands blazing with dark fire. We can't hold them, Harry said, his voice desperate. There are too many. Lucinda's eyes blazed with crimson fire. Then we make them regret coming here, she said, her voice filled with ancient power. She stepped forward, her hands raised, and Harry felt the magic surge through her. The ground beneath the hunters' feet erupted, sending them flying. The sky darkened, and lightning struck the ground in a deadly pattern. Run! Lucinda shouted, her voice echoing with power. Run while you still can. The hunters fled, their bravado shattered by the display of power. But Lucinda didn't stop. She continued to attack, her magic wild and uncontrolled, and Harry saw the darkness in her eyes, the same darkness that had haunted her before the curse was broken. Lucinda, stop! Harry shouted, grabbing her arm. You're losing control. Lucinda turned to look at him, and Harry saw the fear in her eyes. I can't stop, she said, her voice trembling. The power, it's too much. It's consuming me. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. I'm here, he said. I'm not going anywhere. Just focus on me, Lucinda. Focus on the bond. Lucinda closed her eyes, and Harry felt the darkness recede. She was fighting it, pushing it back with all her strength, and Harry felt her control returning. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I almost lost control. You didn't, Harry said. You're stronger than the darkness. You always have been. Lucinda looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, she said. Thank you for being here. For saving me. I'll always be here for you, Harry said. No matter what. The aftermath of the attack was chaos. The Crimson Court had lost many warriors, and the fortress had been damaged. But the hunters had been repelled, and Lucinda's people were safe. Lucinda stood on the fortress walls, looking out at the snowy landscape. Harry stood beside her, his hand in hers. They'll be back, she said, her voice filled with certainty. They won't stop until we're all dead. Then we'll be ready, Harry said. We'll rebuild. We'll fortify. We'll fight. Lucinda turned to look at him, her eyes soft. I'm so glad I met you, she said. I don't think I could have survived this without you. Neither could I, Harry admitted. You've given me something I never thought I'd find. Purpose. Hope. Love. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth. We're going to make it, she said. Together, we're going to make it. Harry nodded, feeling a certainty that he'd never felt before. Together, he agreed. They stood on the walls, watching the snow fall, their hands intertwined. The future was uncertain, but they had each other. And that was enough. For now, that was enough. Chapter 7, Enemies of Both Worlds. The morning after the attack, Harry woke to find Lucinda already dressed and standing at the window, her silhouette sharp against the pale light filtering through the frost-covered glass. She was still, unnaturally so, her gaze fixed on the snow-covered mountains beyond the fortress walls. Lucinda. Harry sat up, the furs falling away from his shoulders. What's wrong? She didn't turn to face him. They've regrouped, she said, her voice flat. Blackwood's forces are camped in the valley below. They're waiting for reinforcements. Harry felt his stomach drop. How do you know? I can sense them. She finally turned, and Harry saw the exhaustion in her eyes. The bond has made me more attuned to dark magic. I can feel their presence like a wound in the world. Harry rose from the bed, crossing to stand beside her at the window. Through the frost, he could see movement in the valley below, figures in dark robes, their wands glowing with faint light as they moved through the snow. How many are there? He asked. 50, maybe more, Lucinda said. And more are coming. Blackwood has called in favors from dark wizards across Europe. He wants to make sure there are no survivors this time. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. We need to warn your people. We need to prepare. I've already given the orders, Lucinda said. The warriors are fortifying the walls. The non-combatants are being moved to the inner chambers. We'll make our stand here, at the heart of the Crimson Court. And if we can't hold them? Lucinda finally met his eyes, and Harry saw the steel beneath the exhaustion. Then we die fighting. But I don't intend to die, Harry. And I don't intend to let anyone else die either. Harry nodded, feeling the bond pulse with her determination. Then we fight, he said. Together. The next 2 days were a blur of preparation. Harry worked alongside the Crimson Court's warriors, helping to reinforce the walls and set defensive wards. He learned spells he'd never encountered before, vampire magic that was ancient and powerful, designed to protect their home from invaders. Lucinda was a constant presence, directing the defenses with a calm authority that inspired confidence in her people. She moved through the fortress like a general, issuing orders and checking on the wounded, her exhaustion hidden beneath a mask of determination. But Harry could feel the weight she carried through the bond. The fear, the doubt, the desperate hope that they would survive. She was terrified of failing her people, of letting them down after everything they'd endured. You won't fail them, Harry told her as they stood on the walls, watching the hunters camp in the distance. You're stronger than you know. Lucinda shook her head. Strength isn't the issue, she said. It's strategy. Blackwood knows the fortress's weaknesses. He's been studying it for years, waiting for the moment to strike. Then we adapt, Harry said. We find new weaknesses for him to exploit. We make him think he's winning, and then we strike. Lucinda looked at him, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. You're a strategist, she said. I never would have guessed. I've learned from experience, Harry said. Survival requires thinking ahead. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt a surge of warmth through the bond. Thank you, she said. For being here. For fighting beside me. Where else would I be? Harry asked. We're bound, remember. Where you go, I go. Lucinda laughed, the sound bright and unexpected. I'll hold you to that, she said. Now come. We have work to do. The attack came on the third night. Harry was on the walls when the first wave hit, his wand blazing with defensive spells as the hunters surged forward. The air was thick with curses and counter-curses, the snow stained with blood that steamed in the cold air. Hold the line. Lucinda shouted, her voice carrying over the chaos. Don't let them breach the walls. Harry fought with everything he had, his magic flowing through him like a river. He felt the bond pulse with Lucinda's power, and he drew on it, channeling her strength into his spells. But the hunters were relentless. They pushed forward, their dark magic tearing through the Crimson Court's defenses. Harry saw warriors fall, their bodies dissolving into ash, and he felt a rage building inside him that was almost uncontrollable. Harry! Lucinda's voice cut through the fog of his anger. I need you on the eastern wall. Harry turned, running toward the eastern wall, where the hunters were massing for a final assault. He reached the wall just as they broke through, their wands blazing with dark fire. Protego Maxima! Harry shouted, casting a massive shield charm that held the hunters at bay. The barrier shimmered with golden light, and Harry felt the magic drain out of him. I can't hold this for long, he shouted. We need reinforcements. Reinforcements came from the west, the Crimson Court's warriors driving the hunters back with a fury that was terrifying to behold. Lucinda was at their head, her eyes blazing with crimson fire, her hands crackling with ancient magic. For the Crimson Court, she shouted, and her people roared in response. The battle raged for hours, the outcome uncertain. Harry fought alongside Lucinda, their bond making them a nearly unstoppable team. They moved in perfect sync, his spells complementing hers, their combined power driving the hunters back. And then, just as the tide was turning, Harry saw him. Voldemort. The Dark Lord stood at the edge of the battlefield, his red eyes fixed on the chaos with a cold interest. Death Eaters surrounded him, their masks gleaming in the firelight. Harry, Lucinda said, her voice tight with fear. Is that Voldemort? Harry confirmed, his heart pounding. He's here. He's come to join the attack. Lucinda's eyes widened with horror. We can't fight both the hunters and Voldemort. We don't have the strength. We don't have a choice, Harry said grimly. We have to hold the line. Voldemort raised his wand, and a blast of green light shot across the battlefield, striking one of the Crimson Court's warriors. The vampire dissolved into ash, and Harry felt a surge of rage that almost overwhelmed him. Harry, no. Lucinda grabbed his arm, holding him back. You can't rush in. That's what he wants. Harry forced himself to breathe, to think. Voldemort was using the chaos as cover, picking off the Crimson Court's warriors one by one. If Harry rushed in, he'd be walking right into a trap. We need to retreat, Harry said. We need to regroup. Retreat to where? Lucinda asked. The fortress is our only defense. Then we make a stand inside, Harry said. We use the fortress's defenses against them. We make them fight for every inch. Lucinda looked at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. The inner chambers, she said. They're the most defensible. Exactly, Harry said. We fall back, and we draw them in. And then we hit them with everything we have. The retreat was chaos. The Crimson Court's warriors fell back, their defenses crumbling as the hunters pressed forward. Harry fought alongside them, his wand blazing, his body burning with exhaustion. They reached the inner chambers, and Harry slammed the door shut behind them. The walls were thick, the wards strong, and for a moment, they were safe. We need to hold them here, Lucinda said, her voice hoarse with exhaustion. If they break through, we're lost. Harry nodded, his mind racing. We can use the darkness, he said. Vampires can see in the dark, but humans can't. If we extinguish the torches, we'll have the advantage. Lucinda smiled, a fierce, predatory smile. I like the way you think. The torches were extinguished, plunging the chamber into darkness. Harry could feel Lucinda's presence beside him, her hand in his, the bond pulsing with shared purpose. The hunters burst through the door, their wands casting dim light into the shadows. They fumbled in the darkness, their spells wild and uncontrolled. And then the Crimson Court struck. Harry fought with a ferocity that surprised him, his magic flowing through him like a river. He could feel Lucinda beside him, her movements fluid and deadly, and together, they drove the hunters back. Voldemort was there too, his red eyes glowing in the darkness. He raised his wand, a curse forming on his lips, and Harry felt the bond surge with warning. Protego! Harry shouted, and the shield charm deflected Voldemort's curse at the last second. Impressive, Potter, Voldemort hissed, his voice echoing in the darkness. But you cannot protect her forever. Lucinda stepped forward, her eyes blazing with crimson fire. I don't need protection, she said, her voice filled with ancient power. I need vengeance. She attacked Voldemort with a fury that was terrifying to behold, her magic crackling with dark energy. Voldemort was forced back, his defenses crumbling under the assault. And then the hunters broke. They fled, their courage shattered by the ferocity of the Crimson Court's defense. Voldemort was the last to retreat, his red eyes fixed on Harry with a promise of future conflict. This isn't over, Potter, he hissed. I will have what I came for. And then he was gone, his dark robes dissolving into the shadows. The aftermath was grim. The Crimson Court had lost many warriors, and the fortress was in ruins. But they had survived, and Voldemort had been driven back. Lucinda stood on the walls, looking out at the snowy landscape. Harry came to stand beside her, his hand finding hers. We lost so many, she said, her voice filled with grief. So many people who trusted me to protect them. You did protect them, Harry said. You saved the ones who survived. But it wasn't enough, Lucinda said. It will never be enough. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. I know, he said. I know it hurts. But you did everything you could. Lucinda buried her face in his chest, and Harry felt her tears soaking through his robes. I don't know if I can do this, she whispered. I don't know if I'm strong enough. You are, Harry said. You're the strongest person I know. And I'll be here, every step of the way. Lucinda looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed but fierce. You promise? I promise, Harry said. Always. The bond pulsed with warmth, and Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him. The battle was over, and they had survived. But Voldemort was still out there, and the hunters would return. The war was far from over. But for now, they had each other. And that was enough. The next morning, Harry woke to find Lucinda already dressed, her hair braided back and her expression determined. We have a problem, she said, her voice grim. Voldemort left a message. Harry sat up, his heart pounding. What kind of message? Lucinda handed him a piece of parchment. The handwriting was elegant but cold, the words dripping with malice. Harry Potter. I was impressed by your performance at the Crimson Court. You have grown stronger than I anticipated. But you are still a child, playing at being a hero, I have learned of your bond with the vampire princess. A fascinating development. The prophecy you discovered in the Forbidden Library is real, and its fulfillment threatens my plans, I offer you a choice, surrender the vampire princess to me, and I will spare the Crimson Court. Refuse, and I will destroy everything you love, You have 1 month to decide. Voldemort. Harry felt his blood run cold. He knows about the prophecy. He knows about the bond. Lucinda nodded. Her face pale. He's been watching us. He knows everything. We can't surrender you, Harry said. That's not an option. Then we have to fight, Lucinda said. We have to find a way to defeat him. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Voldemort was the most dangerous dark wizard in history, and he was coming for them. We'll find a way, Harry said, his voice firm. We always do. Lucinda smiled, a sad, weary smile. I hope you're right, she said. I hope we can find a way. Harry took her hand, feeling the bond pulse between them. We will, he said. Together, we will. Chapter 8, Trust Forged in Battle. The month that followed Voldemort's ultimatum was the most intense of Harry's life. Every waking moment was consumed by preparation, training, strategizing, fortifying. The Crimson Court had become a fortress within a fortress, its ancient walls bristling with new defensive wards and its warriors drilled to perfection. Harry trained alongside Lucinda's people, learning their combat techniques and teaching them what he knew of defensive magic. The bond between them grew stronger with each passing day, their thoughts and emotions flowing together like two rivers merging into one. He's not going to wait the full month, Lucinda said one evening as they stood on the walls, watching the sun set behind the mountains. Voldemort is testing us, seeing how we respond. He'll strike when we least expect it. Then we'll be ready, Harry said. We've done everything we can. The fortress is as secure as it's ever been. Lucinda shook her head. It's not enough. Voldemort has resources we can't match. Dark magic, alliances with creatures we've never encountered. He'll find a way through. Harry turned to face her, his hands finding hers. Then we find a way to stop him, he said. We've faced impossible odds before and survived. We'll do it again. Lucinda looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and fear. I don't know what I'd do without you, she said. You've given me hope when I had none. Then hold on to that hope, Harry said. Because as long as we have each other, we can face anything. The attack came 3 weeks later, not at the fortress, but at Hogwarts. Harry felt it through the bond, a sudden surge of pain and fear that nearly brought him to his knees. Lucinda cried out beside him, her hand clutching at her chest. Lucinda, what's wrong? Harry demanded, steadying her. What happened? It's Hogwarts, she gasped, her face pale with shock. Voldemort is attacking. He's using the tournament as cover, trying to draw us out. Harry felt his blood run cold. He's targeting the school. He's targeting our friends. We have to go back, Lucinda said, her voice filled with urgency. We have to help them. Harry nodded, already reaching for his wand. Then let's go. The journey back to Hogwarts was a blur of desperation. Harry and Lucinda flew through the night on brooms, the wind biting at their faces as they pushed themselves to the limit. The bond pulsed with Lucinda's fear, and Harry felt his own terror mounting with each passing moment. They arrived at Hogwarts to find chaos. The castle was under siege, dark figures swarming the grounds like locusts. Death Eaters and vampire hunters fought side by side, their dark magic tearing through the ancient defenses. Find Dumbledore. Harry shouted to Lucinda as they landed in the courtyard. I'll try to help the students. Lucinda nodded, her eyes blazing with crimson fire. Be careful, she said. I can't lose you. You won't, Harry said. I promise. They separated, Harry racing toward the castle while Lucinda vanished into the shadows. The bond pulsed between them, a constant reassurance that they were still connected, still fighting. The Great Hall had become a battlefield. Students and professors fought side by side, their wands blazing with defensive spells. Harry could see Ron and Hermione. In the thick of it, their faces pale with fear but their magic strong. Harry. Hermione spotted him and fought her way to his side. Thank God you're here. Voldemort, he's trying to break through the wards. I know, Harry said, deflecting a curse that came too close. Where's Dumbledore? On the astronomy tower, Ron said, joining them. He's holding the main ward. But he can't hold it forever. Harry felt a surge of determination. I'll help him, he said. You two stay here and protect the students. Harry, you can't face Voldemort alone. Hermione protested. I won't be alone, Harry said, and he felt the bond pulse as Lucinda's presence strengthened in his mind. The astronomy tower was chaos. Dumbledore stood at the center of a glowing ward, his face pale with exhaustion as he channeled his magic into the ancient defense. Death Eaters surrounded him, their curses battering against the shield. Harry burst onto the tower, his wand blazing. "Expelliarmus!" he shouted, and a Death Eater went flying backward, his wand clattering to the ground. "Harry!" Dumbledore's voice was filled with relief. "I was hoping you would come." "Voldemort knows about the bond," Harry said, fighting his way to Dumbledore's side. "He's using the attack to draw us out." "I suspected as much," Dumbledore said, his voice strained. "He wants to separate you from the vampire princess. To break the bond." "He won't succeed," Harry said, his voice firm. "We're stronger together." The Death Eaters pressed forward, their numbers seeming to multiply. Harry fought with everything he had, his magic flowing through him like a river. But there were too many of them, and he could feel his strength waning. And then Lucinda arrived. She burst onto the tower like a force of nature, her eyes blazing with crimson fire. The Death Eaters turned, their confidence evaporating at the sight of her. "Fools," she said, her voice echoing with ancient power. "You think you can defeat us? You think you can destroy what we've built?" She raised her hands, and the air crackled with dark energy. The Death Eaters screamed as she unleashed her power, their bodies dissolving into ash. "Lucinda, no!" Harry shouted, feeling the darkness surging through the bond. "You're losing control." Lucinda turned to look at him, and Harry saw the fear in her eyes. She was fighting the darkness, trying to hold it back, but it was too strong. "Help me," she cried, her voice desperate. I can't stop it." Harry rushed to her side, grabbing her hands. "Focus on the bond," he said, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. "Focus on me. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." Lucinda closed her eyes, and Harry felt the darkness recede. She was fighting it, pushing it back with all her strength, and Harry poured his own magic into her, reinforcing her control. "I've got you," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've got you." Lucinda opened her eyes, and they were no longer crimson but a warm, human brown. "Thank you," she said, her voice trembling. "I almost." "I know," Harry said. "But you didn't. That's what matters." The battle continued for hours, but the tide had turned. With Lucinda's power and Dumbledore's leadership, the defenders of Hogwarts pushed back against the dark forces. The Death Eaters and vampire hunters were driven from the grounds, their dark magic no match for the combined might of the Crimson Court and the Order of the Phoenix. When it was over, Harry stood in the courtyard, his body aching with exhaustion. Lucinda was beside him, her hand in his, and he felt the bond pulse with a warmth that had nothing to do with magic. "You saved me," she said, her voice soft. "Again." "You saved me too," Harry said. "We saved each other. That's what the bond is about." Lucinda looked at him, her eyes filled with a love so pure that Harry felt his heart ache. "I love you," she said. "I don't say it enough. But I do. I love you." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I love you too," he whispered. "And I'm never going to let you go." The aftermath of the battle was chaos. The wounded were tended to, the dead mourned, the damages assessed. Harry helped where he could, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Voldemort had shown his hand. He knew about the bond, about the prophecy, about the connection between Harry and Lucinda. And he would stop at nothing to destroy them. "We need to move forward," Harry said to Lucinda as they stood on the astronomy tower, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of gold and pink. "We need to end this, once and for all." Lucinda nodded. "The Crimson Court is ready," she said. "My people will follow us. They trust us. And the Order will fight alongside us," Harry said. Dumbledore has already agreed to form an alliance. Then we march to war, Lucinda said, her voice filled with resolve. And we end Voldemort's reign of terror forever. Harry took her hand, feeling the bond pulse between them. Together, he said. We do this together. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt a surge of hope that banished the darkness from his heart. They had faced impossible odds and survived. They had grown stronger together, and they would continue to grow. The future was uncertain, but Harry knew that whatever happened, they would face it together. And that was more than enough. The days that followed were spent in preparation. The alliance between the Crimson Court and the Order of the Phoenix was formalized, their combined forces massing for the final confrontation. Harry trained alongside Lucinda, their bond making them a nearly unstoppable team. He'd grown so much in the months since the tournament began, not just as a wizard, but as a person. He'd found love, purpose, and hope in the most unexpected place. And as he stood beside Lucinda, watching the sun set over the Hogwarts grounds, he knew that whatever came next, he was ready. The final battle was coming. Voldemort would not rest until he had what he wanted. But Harry was no longer the scared boy he'd once been. He was a warrior, a leader, a man who had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. And he would not stop until Voldemort was defeated and peace was restored to both their worlds. Are you ready? Lucinda asked, her voice soft. Harry turned to look at her, his hand finding hers. Ready, he said. I've never been more ready for anything in my life. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth. Then let's go, she said. Let's end this. Together, they walked toward the future, ready to face whatever challenges came their way. The war was not yet won, but with each passing day, Harry grew more confident that victory was possible. And as long as he had Lucinda by his side, he knew he could face anything. The bond between them was unbreakable, forged through battle and strengthened by love. And it would carry them through the darkest days ahead. Harry looked up at the stars, feeling the weight of the prophecy on his shoulders. The wizard and the vampire princess. The boy who lived and the girl who defied death. Together, they would change the world. Chapter 9, The Vampire Ball. The invitation arrived on a piece of parchment so black it seemed to absorb the light around it. The script was elegant, flowing, and written in a deep crimson ink that shimmered like fresh blood. The Crimson Court requests the honor of your presence at the Grand Ball of the Eternal Night, to be held in the Great Hall of the Crimson Fortress on the night of the winter solstice. Formal attire required. The festivities will begin at moonrise and continue until dawn. Harry read the invitation twice, his brow furrowed with confusion. A ball? Now? With everything that's happening? Lucinda smiled, taking the invitation from his hands. It's tradition, she said. The winter solstice is the most sacred night in vampire culture. It's when the veil between worlds is thinnest, when our ancestors can reach out to guide us. The ball is a celebration of that connection. But Voldemort is out there, Harry said. He could attack at any moment. We can't afford to let our guard down. The fortress is warded against him, Lucinda said. The ancient magic that protects this place is stronger than anything he can bring against it. For one night, we can set aside our fears and celebrate what we've survived. Harry hesitated. The idea of celebrating felt wrong, like a betrayal of everyone who had died in the attacks. But Lucinda's eyes were hopeful, and he couldn't bring himself to disappoint her. All right, he said finally. I'll go. Lucinda's face lit up with a smile that made his heart ache. Thank you, she said, pressing a kiss to his cheek. You won't regret it. The night of the ball arrived with a coldness that seeped through the thick stone walls of the fortress. Harry stood in his chambers, staring at the formal robes laid out on the bed. They were black, of course, but trimmed with silver thread that shimmered like moonlight on water. A gift from Lucinda, who had insisted he dress appropriately. He donned the robes with a sense of nervousness he hadn't felt in years. This was a world he didn't understand, a culture that was foreign to him in almost every way. He knew about vampires, or at least he thought he did, but the reality of their society was far more complex than any book could convey. Lucinda met him at the entrance to the great hall. She was breathtaking, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders in waves, her gown a deep crimson that matched the color of her eyes. She looked like a queen, and Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. "You look beautiful," he said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. Lucinda smiled, a faint blush coloring her pale cheeks. "You look quite handsome yourself. The robes suit you." "Thank you," Harry said, feeling a warmth spread through him. "Shall we?" Lucinda took his arm, and together they entered the great hall. The hall was transformed. Thousands of candles floated near the ceiling, their flames casting a warm, golden glow over the proceedings. The walls were draped in crimson and black silk, and crystal chandeliers hung from the vaulted ceiling, their light refracting into 1,000 rainbows. The guests were a mix of vampires and their guests, all dressed in their finest attire. Harry saw faces he recognized, members of the Crimson Court's inner circle, warriors who had fought beside him in the recent battles. And there were others too, visitors from the wizarding world who had been invited as a gesture of goodwill. The music was unlike anything Harry had ever heard. It was haunting and beautiful, played by an orchestra of vampires whose instruments seemed to weep with emotion. The melodies wove together in a tapestry of sound that made Harry's heart ache with longing. "Are you ready to dance?" Lucinda asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I don't know how," Harry admitted. "I've never danced before." Lucinda laughed, a sound that was bright and joyful. "Then I'll teach you," she said. "It's easy. Just follow my lead." She led him to the dance floor, and Harry felt the eyes of the guests upon them. He was nervous, his palms sweating, but Lucinda's presence calmed him. "Put your hand on my waist," she instructed. "And hold my hand with your other. Now just follow my steps." Harry did as he was told, and to his surprise, the dance came naturally. He moved with Lucinda, his steps guided by her gentle pressure, and before long, they were moving across the floor with a grace he hadn't known he possessed. "You're a natural," Lucinda said, her eyes warm with approval. "I have a good teacher," Harry replied, and Lucinda laughed again. They danced for hours, moving through the crowd with a fluidity that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Harry lost himself in the music, in Lucinda's presence, in the warmth of the bond that pulsed between them. But as the night wore on, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. There were dark figures in the crowd, their faces hidden by masks, their movements too controlled to be natural. They were watching him, watching Lucinda, their eyes glinting with malice. "Lucinda," he said, his voice low. "We're being watched." Lucinda's expression didn't change, but he felt the tension in her body. "I know," she said. "They're from the Blackwood family. They must have infiltrated the ball. What do we do?" Harry asked, his hand instinctively moving toward his wand. "We keep dancing," Lucinda said. "We don't let them know we've seen them. And we wait for the right moment to strike." Harry nodded, forcing himself to relax. The music continued, and the dancers moved around them, oblivious to the danger lurking in their midst. The right moment came during the midnight feast. The guests had gathered around the long tables, their plates filled with delicacies from across the magical world. Harry sat beside Lucinda, his eyes scanning the crowd for any sign of the masked figures. And then they struck. The attack was sudden and brutal. The masked figures threw off their disguises, revealing themselves as vampire hunters, their wands blazing with dark magic. The guests screamed, scattering in terror. "Protect the civilians!" Lucinda shouted, her voice carrying over the chaos. "Fight back!" Harry was already on his feet, his wand drawn. He cast a shield charm around a group of terrified guests, then turned to face the hunters. "Expelliarmus," he shouted, and a hunter went flying backward, his wand clattering to the ground. But there were too many of them. They pushed forward, their dark magic tearing through the defenses. Harry could see Lucinda in the thick of the fight, her eyes blazing with crimson fire, her hands crackling with ancient power. And then he saw it, a hunter sneaking up behind Lucinda, his wand raised. For a killing curse. "Lucinda, look out!" Harry shouted, but it was too late. The curse struck Lucinda in the back, and she crumpled to the ground. Harry's world stopped. He screamed, a sound of pure rage and grief, and the magic exploded out of him. The hunters were thrown backward, their bodies slammed against the walls of the hall. Harry ran to Lucinda, cradling her in his arms. "Lucinda," he said, his voice trembling. "Lucinda, wake up. Please wake up." Lucinda's eyes fluttered open, and Harry felt a surge of relief that nearly overwhelmed him. "I'm alive," she whispered, her voice weak. "I'm alive." "Don't move," Harry said. "I'll get help." "Wait." Lucinda grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "They're not done. They'll come back." "Then let them come," Harry said, his voice hard. "I'll kill every last one of them." Lucinda smiled, a faint, sad smile. "That's not the man I fell in love with," she said. "The man I love fights for life, not death." Harry felt the rage drain out of him, replaced by a profound love that made his heart ache. "I'm sorry," he said. I couldn't lose you." "You won't," Lucinda said. "I'm not going anywhere. Now help me up." Harry helped her to her feet, his arm around her for support. The hunters were gone, their attack repelled, but the damage was done. The hall was in ruins, and the guests were shaken. "We need to end this," Harry said, his voice filled with resolve. "We need to stop them once and for all." Lucinda nodded. "We will," she said. "But first, we need to heal. We need to regroup. And we need to continue to live." Harry looked at her, seeing the wisdom in her words. They had been so focused on fighting that they'd forgotten to live. The ball had been a reminder of what they were fighting for, a future, a life, a world where love could flourish. "You're right," he said. "Let's get you to the healers." Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth. "Thank you," she said. "For saving me." "Always," Harry said. "I'll always save you." The ball ended early, but the memory of it would stay with Harry forever. He'd seen a side of vampire culture that he'd never imagined, a side that was full of beauty, passion, and love. It had challenged his assumptions and opened his heart to possibilities he'd never considered. Lucinda recovered from her injuries, her vampire healing accelerated by the bond. Harry spent the days by her side, his hand always in hers, the bond pulsing with reassurance. "We need to continue the alliance," Lucinda said one evening. "The attacks will only get worse if we don't stand together." Harry nodded. "I've been thinking the same thing. We need to reach out to the other magical communities, build a coalition that can stand against Voldemort and the Hunters." "It won't be easy," Lucinda said. "There's a lot of fear and prejudice." "Then we'll overcome it," Harry said. "We'll show them what the Crimson Court truly is." Lucinda smiled, her eyes warm. "That's the man I love," she said. "Always looking for the good in people." Harry felt his heart swell with love for her. "I learned from the best," he said. The weeks that followed were filled with negotiation and diplomacy. Harry and Lucinda traveled across the magical world, building alliances and challenging prejudices. It was exhausting work, but it was also deeply rewarding. And through it all, their bond grew stronger. They had faced the darkness together and emerged victorious. They had seen each other at their worst and loved each other anyway. "We're going to win," Harry said one night as they stood on the walls of the fortress, looking out at the stars. "I know we are." Lucinda leaned into him, her head resting on his shoulder. How can you be so sure? Because we have each other, Harry said. And that's more powerful than any dark magic. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth. I love you, she said. I love you more than anything in this world. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. I love you too, he said. And I'm never going to let you go. They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The future was uncertain, but they knew that together, they could face anything. And as the stars wheeled overhead, Harry made a vow. He would protect Lucinda with his life. He would stand by her side through every battle, every trial, every triumph. They were bound by love, and nothing, not Voldemort, not the Hunters, not even death itself, could tear them apart. Chapter 10, The Second Task. The morning of the second task dawned grey and bitter cold, the Black Lake's surface frozen in patches where the temperature had dropped below freezing overnight. Harry stood at the water's edge, his breath misting in the air, his heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and dread. The first task had nearly killed him. The second would be worse, he could feel it in his bones, in the way the bond pulsed with Lucinda's anxiety from her position among the Durmstrang students. Champions, please assemble, Dumbledore's voice carried across the frozen shore. The second task will begin shortly. Harry walked toward the designated area, his boots crunching on the frost-covered grass. Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour were already there, their faces pale with cold and tension. They acknowledged him with curt nods, their eyes fixed on the dark water before them. The second task is simple in concept but challenging in execution, Dumbledore continued. Each champion must retrieve something precious from the depths of the Black Lake. The something is different for each of you, but you will know it when you see it. You have 1 hour. The champion who returns first with their treasure will be declared the winner. Harry felt his stomach drop. Something precious. He knew immediately what it would be, Ron, or Hermione, or perhaps even Lucinda. The tournament organizers had chosen hostages that would motivate each champion to push beyond their limits. And Harry knew, with a sinking certainty, that the Hunters had somehow influenced the choice. Lucinda, he said through the bond, his mental voice urgent. They're going to use someone I care about as the hostage. It's going to be a trap. I know, Lucinda replied, her voice tight with fear. I can sense the dark magic in the water. The Hunters have altered the task somehow. They've placed something dangerous down there. What kind of danger? Creatures, Lucinda said. Dark creatures that they've bound to their will. They're waiting for you in the depths. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Then I'll have to be careful. I'll be with you, Lucinda said. Not physically, but through the bond. I can guide you, help you navigate the dangers. Harry nodded, though she couldn't see him. Thank you, he said. I don't think I could do this without you. You could, Lucinda said. You're stronger than you know. But I'm glad I can help. The signal was given, and Harry plunged into the water. The cold hit him like a physical blow, stealing his breath and numbing his limbs. He cast a bubblehead charm, the air bubble forming around his face, and began to swim downward into the darkness. The Black Lake was deeper than he'd anticipated, its depth stretching into an abyss that seemed to have no bottom. Harry could see vague shapes moving in the shadows, fish, perhaps, or something more sinister. He swam carefully, his wand held ready, his senses alert for any sign of danger. Follow the current to the left, Lucinda's voice guided him. The village is in that direction. Harry turned, swimming through the murky water. The light from the surface faded, and soon he was in near total darkness, his wand casting a dim glow that illuminated only a few feet in front of him. And then he saw them. The creatures were massive, their bodies covered in scales that gleamed like oil in the water. Their eyes were glowing red, and their mouths were filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. They circled him, their movements predatory and patient. Mere people, Harry realized, his heart racing. But they're different somehow. Corrupted. The hunters have twisted them, Lucinda confirmed. They've bound them to their will, turned them into weapons. You'll have to fight your way through. Harry raised his wand, casting a stunning spell at the nearest creature. The spell struck it, and the creature convulsed before falling still. But more were coming, their eyes blazing with hatred. Protego! Harry shouted, casting a shield charm around himself. The creatures slammed into the barrier, their claws scraping against the magical surface. I can't hold this for long, Harry said, his voice strained. There are too many of them. Use the binding spell, Lucinda urged. Like you did with the dragon. Harry focused, channeling his magic through the bond. The binding spell was difficult, requiring immense concentration, but with Lucinda's help, he felt the power surging through him. Petrificus totalis, he shouted, and the spell shot out, striking the creatures one by one. They froze, their bodies rigid, and Harry swam through the gap, his lungs burning for air. The village came into view, a collection of stone buildings nestled on the lakebed, their windows glowing with soft light. Harry could see figures in the center of the village, bound to statues that rose from the rocky floor. He swam toward them, his heart pounding. Ron was there, his face pale with fear, and Hermione beside him. But there was another figure too, a figure that made Harry's blood run cold. Lucinda. She was bound to a statue in the center of the village, her eyes wide with terror. The hunters had taken her, somehow, and they'd placed her here as bait. Lucinda. Harry shouted through the bond. How did they? They took me while I was sleeping, Lucinda said. Her mental voice trembling. I didn't even sense them. The hunters have someone powerful on their side, someone who can mask their presence. I'm coming, Harry said, swimming toward her. I won't let them take you. Harry, wait. Lucinda shouted. It's a trap. The creature is just behind you. Harry spun around, and his heart nearly stopped. A massive creature was swimming toward him, its body covered in tentacles that writhed like snakes. Its eyes were glowing with the same red light as the corrupted mere people, and its mouth was filled with rows of teeth that seemed to multiply as it approached. Kraken, Lucinda breathed. They've summoned a kraken. Harry raised his wand, his mind racing. He'd never faced anything like this before, a creature so massive that it seemed to block out the water around it. The binding spell won't work on something that size, Harry said, his voice desperate. I need something else. Use the ancient magic, Lucinda said. The magic that flows through the bond. It's the only thing powerful enough to stop it. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the bond. He could feel Lucinda's presence, her strength, her love. He channeled it all into his magic, letting it flow through him like a river. Expulso, he shouted, and the spell shot out, striking the kraken with a force that made the water boil. The creature screamed, its tentacles thrashing as it retreated into the darkness. Harry didn't wait to see if it would return. He swam to Lucinda, cutting her bonds with a quick spell. She fell into his arms, her body trembling with relief. You saved me, she whispered, her voice filled with awe. I told you I would, Harry said. Always. The journey back to the surface was treacherous. The corrupted mere people had regrouped, and they attacked with a fury that was terrifying to behold. Harry fought them off, his magic flowing through him like a river, Lucinda's presence strengthening his resolve. They reached the surface together. Gasping for breath. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Harry barely heard them. He was too focused on Lucinda, on the warmth of her body in his arms. We made it, he said, his voice filled with wonder. We actually made it. Lucinda smiled, a bright, joyful smile that made his heart ache. We make a good team, she said. The best, Harry agreed. They were pulled from the water, wrapped in warm blankets, and led to the waiting area for the champions. Harry sat beside Lucinda, his hand in hers, the bond pulsing with warmth. "What happened down there?" Ron asked, rushing over to them. "The creature, it was massive. How did you survive?" "Lucinda helped me," Harry said, his voice still filled with the wonder of the experience. "She guided me through the danger." Ron looked at Lucinda, his expression wary but curious. "You helped Harry?" "I did," Lucinda said, meeting his gaze. "He would have done the same for me." Ron nodded slowly, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. "Then I guess we owe you a debt of gratitude." Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt a warmth spread through him. His friends were accepting her, slowly, perhaps, but surely. And that meant more to him than any victory in the tournament. The second task was declared a success, with Harry named the winner. But he barely noticed the accolades, the praise, the celebration. His mind was elsewhere, on the threats that still lurked in the shadows. "Voldemort knows about the bond," he said to Lucinda that night as they stood on the castle walls, looking out at the starlit grounds. "He knows about the prophecy. He'll stop at nothing to destroy us." "I know," Lucinda said. "But we're stronger together. We've proven that." Harry turned to her, his hand finding hers. "I love you," he said. "I know I say it a lot, but I need you to know. I love you more than anything." Lucinda's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I love you too," she said. "And I'm never going to let you go." They kissed, their lips meeting in a gentle embrace that spoke of hope and promise. The bond pulsed with warmth, and Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. And nothing, not Voldemort, not the hunters, not even death itself, could tear them apart. The night was quiet, the stars bright overhead. Harry and Lucinda stood together, their hands clasped, their hearts beating as one. "What happens next?" Lucinda asked, her voice soft. "We keep fighting," Harry said. "We keep building the alliance. And we keep loving each other." Lucinda smiled, a smile that lit up her entire face. "That sounds like a plan," she said. "It's the only plan I've got," Harry admitted. "But I think it's a good one." Lucinda laughed, the sound bright and joyful. "It's the best plan," she said. "Because it's ours." They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their souls connected through the bond that had brought them together. The future was uncertain, but Harry knew one thing with absolute certainty. As long as Lucinda was by his side, he could face anything. And he would never stop fighting for a world where they could be together. The second task was over, but the war was just beginning. And Harry was ready. Chapter 11, Blood Oath. The celebration of Harry's victory in the second task lasted well into the night, but Harry found no joy in the festivities. His mind was elsewhere, on the shadows that lurked at the edges of his consciousness, on the weight of the prophecy that pressed down on him like a physical burden. Lucinda had been quiet since they'd emerged from the lake, her face pale and drawn. Harry could feel her exhaustion through the bond, the deep weariness that came from fighting against the darkness that still lurked within her. "Lucinda," he said, pulling her aside as the celebrations continued in the great hall. "What's wrong?" "I can feel it, something's changed." Lucinda looked at him, and Harry saw the fear in her eyes. "The curse," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's not completely gone. There's a remnant of it still inside me, waiting for the right moment to strike." Harry felt his blood run cold. "But we broke the curse. We performed the ritual." "We broke the main curse," Lucinda corrected. "But there's a secondary one, a blood curse that's tied to my family line. It can only be broken by a blood oath." "A blood oath?" Harry repeated. "What kind of blood oath?" Lucinda hesitated, her eyes dropping to the floor. "A vow sworn in blood," she said. "A promise that binds two people together for eternity. It's the most powerful magic in the Crimson Court's arsenal, and it's the only way to break the blood curse. Harry felt his heart race. What kind of vow would I have to make? Lucinda looked up, meeting his eyes. You would have to promise to protect me for the rest of your life, she said. To stand by my side through every battle, every trial, every triumph. To love me unconditionally, no matter what happens. Harry didn't hesitate. I'll do it, he said. I've already made that promise. I'll make it again, in blood if I have to. Lucinda's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You don't understand what you're agreeing to, she said. The blood oath is permanent. Once it's made, it can never be broken. You'll be bound to me for eternity, just like the bond. I know, Harry said. And I don't care. I love you, Lucinda. I'm not going to let a curse tear us apart. Lucinda threw her arms around him, holding him tight. I don't deserve you, she whispered. I don't deserve your love. You deserve everything, Harry said. Now, let's break this curse. For good this time. The ritual took place in the chamber beneath the Durmstrang ship, the same chamber where they'd broken the original curse. Lucinda had insisted on the location, claiming that the ancient magic there would strengthen the blood oath. Harry stood beside her, his hand in hers, his heart pounding with anticipation. The chamber was lit by candles, their flames casting dancing shadows on the crystal walls. Are you ready? Lucinda asked, her voice soft. I've never been more ready for anything in my life, Harry said. Lucinda drew a dagger from her robes, its blade gleaming in the candlelight. She cut her palm, letting the blood drip into a silver chalice on the altar. Then she handed the dagger to Harry. Your turn, she said. Harry took the dagger, feeling its weight in his hand. He cut his palm, wincing at the sharp sting, and let his blood mingle with Lucinda's in the chalice. Now repeat after me, Lucinda said, her voice taking on a chanting rhythm. By blood and bone, by heart and soul, I swear this oath to thee. Harry repeated the words, feeling the magic surge through him. The chalice began to glow, its contents shimmering with a crimson light. I swear to protect you for all time, Lucinda continued. To stand by your side through every battle, every trial, every triumph. To love you unconditionally, no matter what happens. Harry repeated the words, his voice steady, his heart filled with love. The magic swirled around them, pulsing with power, and Harry felt the bond strengthen, deepening into something ancient and profound. By this blood, I seal the oath, they said in unison. From this day forward, we are bound as one. The world exploded into light. Harry felt the magic surge through him, filling every cell of his body with power. He could feel Lucinda's presence, not just through the bond, but through every fiber of his being. They were connected in a way that transcended the physical, their souls intertwined for eternity. When the light faded, they were both on their knees, gasping for breath. Harry looked at Lucinda, and he saw the transformation in her eyes. The darkness was gone, replaced by a warmth that made his heart ache. It's done, Lucinda whispered, her voice filled with wonder. The blood curse is broken. I'm free. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. I love you, he said. I love you more than anything. Lucinda kissed him, her lips soft against his. I love you too, she said. And I'm never going to let you go. The aftermath of the blood oath was profound. Harry could feel the changes in himself, in Lucinda, in the bond that connected them. They were stronger together, their magic amplified by the ancient vow they'd made. But the blood oath also brought new responsibilities. Harry was now bound to protect Lucinda for eternity, and she was bound to protect him. They were a team, a partnership, a union that transcended the ordinary. What happens now? Harry asked as they walked through the castle grounds, the stars bright overhead. We prepare for the final battle, Lucinda said. Voldemort is coming, and we need to be ready. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of her words. The alliance is growing. We've gathered allies from across the magical world. But Voldemort is still powerful. He still has the Death Eaters, the Hunters, all the dark creatures he's recruited. We have the Crimson Court, Lucinda said. We have the Order of the Phoenix. And we have each other. Harry smiled, taking her hand. That's all we need, he said. Lucinda squeezed his hand, and Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth. I love you, she said. I know I say it a lot, but I need you to know. I love you more than anything. I love you too, Harry said. And I'm never going to let you go. They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The future was uncertain, but they knew that together, they could face anything. The days that followed were filled with preparation. Harry trained alongside the Crimson Court's warriors, learning their combat techniques and teaching them what he knew of defensive magic. Lucinda was at his side, her presence a constant reassurance. But the shadow of Voldemort loomed over everything. The attacks were becoming more frequent, more brutal. The Alliance was struggling to hold together, its members torn apart by fear and suspicion. We need to strike first, Harry said one evening, his voice firm. We can't wait for Voldemort to attack us. We need to take the fight to him. Lucinda nodded, her expression grave. I agree. But we need a plan. A strategy that will catch him off guard. Harry thought for a moment, his mind racing. The prophecy, he said suddenly. It mentioned a key, something that would unlock the Crimson Court's full power. I found that key. Lucinda's eyes widened. The key you found in the room of requirement? Yes, Harry said. I think it's more than just a key. I think it's a weapon. A weapon we can use against Voldemort. Lucinda was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. The key is connected to the Crimson Court's oldest magic, she said finally. If you're right, it could be the weapon we need to defeat Voldemort once and for all. Then let's use it, Harry said. Let's end this. Lucinda took his hand, her eyes filled with love and determination. Together, she said. We do this together. Harry smiled, feeling the bond pulse with warmth. Together, he agreed. The night before the final battle, Harry and Lucinda stood on the walls of the fortress, looking out at the snow-covered mountains. The stars were bright overhead, and the wind was cold, but Harry barely noticed. He was too focused on Lucinda, on the love that filled his heart. What happens after? Lucinda asked, her voice soft. After we defeat Voldemort? Harry thought for a moment. We build a world where everyone can live in peace, he said. Wizards, vampires, humans, all of us together. Lucinda smiled, a sad, hopeful smile. Do you think that's possible? I have to believe it is, Harry said. Otherwise, what's the point of all this? Lucinda leaned into him, her head resting on his shoulder. I love you, she said. I love you more than anything. Harry wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I love you too, he said. And I'm never going to let you go. They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The final battle was coming, and they knew that many of them might not survive. But they also knew that as long as they had each other, they could face anything. And that was enough. Chapter 12, The Crimson Throne. The morning after the blood oath, Harry woke to find Lucinda already dressed and standing at the window of her chambers, her silhouette sharp against the pale light filtering through the frost-covered glass. She was still, unnaturally so, her gaze fixed on the snow-covered mountains beyond the fortress walls. Lucinda. Harry sat up, the furs falling away from his shoulders. What's wrong? She didn't turn to face him. The Crimson Throne has been claimed, she said, her voice flat. My cousin, Lord Malachar, has declared himself the rightful heir. He's gathering support among the noble houses, trying to undermine my authority. Harry rose from the bed, crossing to stand beside her at the window. I thought you were the rightful heir. That's what you told me. I am, Lucinda said, her voice tight with anger. But Malachar has been waiting for this moment. He's been biding his time, building alliances, planning his coup. Now that the curse is broken and the hunters have attacked, he sees an opportunity. He's using the chaos to his advantage, Harry said, understanding dawning. He's trying to seize power while everyone is distracted. Exactly. Lucinda finally turned to face him, and Harry saw the exhaustion in her eyes. He's been spreading rumors, telling the noble houses that I'm too weak to lead, that my alliance with a wizard has compromised my judgment. He's promising them security, power, or return to the old ways. Harry felt a surge of anger. He's lying. You're the strongest leader the Crimson Court has ever had. Lucinda shook her head. It doesn't matter what he's saying. What matters is what the noble houses believe. And right now, they're scared. They've seen their people die, their fortress attacked. They want someone who can protect them. Then we prove to them that you're that person, Harry said. We show them that you're the leader they need. Lucinda looked at him, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. How? By confronting Malachar, Harry said. By facing him in front of the noble houses and proving that you're stronger than he is. Lucinda was silent for a long moment. That's a dangerous game, she said finally. Malachar is powerful. He's been preparing for this moment for years. Then we prepare too, Harry said. We gather our allies, we make our case, and we show the noble houses the truth. You're the rightful heir, and nothing Malachar says or does can change that. Lucinda stepped closer, her hand finding his. You really believe that, don't you? I know it, Harry said. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth. Then let's do it, she said. Let's take back the throne. The Crimson Throne was located in the heart of the fortress, a massive structure made of black obsidian that seemed to absorb the light around it. The throne room was vast, its walls lined with tapestries depicting the history of the Crimson Court, its floor polished to a mirror shine. Harry stood beside Lucinda at the entrance to the throne room, his heart pounding with anticipation. The noble houses had gathered, their representatives arrayed in a semicircle around the throne. And on the throne itself sat Lord Malachar. He was tall and slender, his features sharp and predatory, his eyes the same crimson as Lucinda's. He wore robes of deep purple, embroidered with gold thread, and a crown of black iron rested on his head. Lucinda, Malachar said, his voice smooth as silk. How good of you to join us. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about your responsibilities. Lucinda stepped forward, her head held high, her eyes blazing with defiance. I haven't forgotten anything, cousin. Unlike you, I've been busy protecting our people from the hunters and the dark wizards who seek to destroy us. Malachar laughed, a cold, cruel sound. Protecting our people. Is that what you call hiding in your chambers while our warriors die on the battlefield? Is that what you call forming alliances with wizards who see us as nothing more than monsters? Harry Potter is not just any wizard, Lucinda said, her voice sharp. He's the chosen one, the one who defeated Voldemort as a child. He's proven himself a true ally of the Crimson Court. A child, Malachar sneered. A boy who plays at being a hero. And you would trust him with the fate of our people? I trust him with my life, Lucinda said. And I trust him with the future of the Crimson Court. The noble houses murmured among themselves, their expressions ranging from curiosity to skepticism. Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding, his voice steady. Lord Malachar, he said, I understand why you're afraid. I understand why you see me as a threat. But I'm not here to destroy the Crimson Court. I'm here to save it. Malachar's eyes narrowed. And how would you do that, wizard? By uniting our forces against the common enemy, Harry said. Voldemort is the greatest threat we've ever faced. He's allied himself with the vampire hunters, and he's determined to destroy everything we've built. If we fight among ourselves, we'll all die. But if we stand together, we have a chance. The noble houses murmured again, some nodding in agreement. Malakar's face darkened with anger. You speak of unity, but you know nothing of our ways, he said. You're an outsider, a foreigner who has no right to meddle in our affairs. Harry is my bonded, Lucinda said, her voice ringing through the throne room. By the ancient laws of the Crimson Court. He has the right to speak on my behalf. The room fell silent. Malakar's face went pale with shock. Bonded, he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. You performed the blood oath. I did, Lucinda said. Harry and I are bound by blood and magic. He is my partner, my protector, my equal. And anyone who challenges him challenges me. Malakar rose from the throne, his eyes blazing with fury. You've betrayed the Crimson Court, he spat. You've given our power to a wizard who will use it against us. You're wrong, Harry said, stepping forward. I'm not here to take power from the Crimson Court. I'm here to help Lucinda lead it. Together, we can build a future where wizards and vampires coexist in peace. Peace. Malakar laughed, a bitter, hollow sound. There will never be peace between our people. The wizarding world fears us, hates us, and they will never accept us as equals. Then we prove them wrong, Harry said. We show them who we truly are. We build bridges instead of walls. And we create a world where everyone can live in safety. The noble houses were silent, their eyes fixed on Harry and Lucinda. Harry could feel their uncertainty, their fear, their desperate hope for a better future. Lucinda is the rightful heir, Harry said, his voice ringing through the throne room. She's proven herself in battle, she's broken the curse that has plagued her family for centuries, and she's forged alliances that will protect the Crimson Court for generations to come. I ask you to stand with her, to trust her, and to build a future together. The noble houses murmured among themselves, their voices rising in animated discussion. Malakar stood frozen, his face a mask of barely contained rage. And then, one of the noble houses stepped forward. We stand with Lucinda, the representative said, his voice firm. We've seen her courage, her wisdom, and her compassion. She is the leader we need. Another house stepped forward. We stand with Lucinda. And another. We stand with Lucinda. One by one, the noble houses pledged their loyalty to Lucinda. Malakar watched in horror as his support crumbled, his face growing paler with each defection. This isn't over, he spat, turning to leave. You'll regret this, Lucinda. All of you. But before he could leave, Lucinda's voice stopped him. Malakar, she said, her voice cold as ice. You are hereby stripped of your titles and lands. You are banished from the Crimson Court, never to return. Malakar spun around, his eyes blazing with fury. You can't do this, he said. I have rights. You have no rights, Lucinda said. You conspired against the rightful heir. You tried to tear the Crimson Court apart. And for that, you are no longer welcome here. Malakar's face contorted with rage, but he said nothing. He turned and stalked out of the throne room, his footsteps echoing on the polished floor. The room was silent for a long moment. Then, Lucinda ascended the steps to the crimson throne, her head held high, her eyes blazing with purpose. I am Lucinda of the Crimson Court, she said, her voice echoing through the throne room. And I will lead you into a new era. An era of peace, prosperity, and unity. Together, we will build a future that our ancestors would be proud of. The noble houses erupted in cheers, their voices rising in celebration. Harry watched from the sidelines, his heart swelling with pride. Lucinda had done it. She had taken back the throne. That night, Harry and Lucinda stood on the walls of the fortress, looking out at the snow-covered mountains. The stars were bright overhead, and the wind was cold, but Harry barely noticed. "You were incredible in there," he said. "I've never seen anyone command a room like that." Lucinda smiled, a tired but genuine smile. "I couldn't have done it without you," she said. "You gave me the courage to stand up to him." "I just spoke the truth," Harry said. "You're the leader the Crimson Court needs." Lucinda turned to face him, her eyes soft. "I love you," she said. "I don't think I say it enough. But I love you." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm never going to let you go." They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The future was uncertain, but they knew that together, they could face anything. "Tomorrow, we plan the final battle," Lucinda said, her voice soft. "Voldemort is coming, and we need to be ready." "Then we'll be ready," Harry said. "We'll fight together, and we'll win." Lucinda smiled, a bright, hopeful smile. "Together," she agreed. They stood in the darkness, their hands clasped, their souls connected through the bond that had brought them together. And Harry knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. Chapter 13, Journey to the Frozen North. The journey to the Crimson Court's hidden fortress had been treacherous, but Harry had never imagined that leaving it would be even more dangerous. The snow-covered mountains stretched endlessly before them, their peaks lost in clouds that seemed to swallow the sky. The wind howled through the passes, biting at their exposed skin with teeth of ice. Harry pulled his cloak tighter around himself, his breath misting in the frigid air. Beside him, Lucinda moved with an easy grace that seemed almost supernatural, her feet finding purchase on the treacherous terrain as if she'd been born to traverse it. "We're almost there," she said, her voice barely audible over the wind. "The northern pass leads to the old fortress. It's where my ancestors first established the Crimson Court." Harry nodded, his teeth chattering. "How much further?" "Another day, perhaps two." Lucinda glanced at him, concern flickering in her eyes. "You're cold. We should find shelter for the night." "I'm fine," Harry said, though his body was trembling with cold. "We need to keep moving." Lucinda stopped, turning to face him. "You're not fine," she said firmly. "You're human, Harry. You can't withstand the cold the way I can. We'll find shelter, and we'll rest." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the look in Lucinda's eyes made him reconsider. She was worried about him, genuinely worried, and he couldn't bring himself to dismiss her concern. "All right," he said finally. "But just for the night." Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with warmth. "Just for the night," she agreed. The shelter was a small cave, hidden behind a curtain of ice that Lucinda melted with a wave of her hand. The interior was surprisingly warm, the rock walls insulated against the cold, and Harry felt some of the tension leave his body. They built a fire, its flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Harry sat close to the warmth, his hands extended toward the blaze, while Lucinda watched him with an expression that was both fond and worried. "You should have told me you were struggling," she said. "I would have slowed down." "I didn't want to slow us down," Harry admitted. "We need to reach the fortress as quickly as possible." Lucinda shook her head. "It won't matter how quickly we reach the fortress if you freeze to death on the way. You're no good to me dead, Harry." Harry laughed, a hollow sound. "I've been told that before." Lucinda moved closer, her hand finding his. "I mean it," she said. "I can't do this without you. I can't face what's coming without you by my side." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the warmth of her touch. "You won't have to," he said. "I'm not going anywhere." They sat in comfortable silence, the fire crackling between them. Harry could feel the bond pulsing with Lucinda's emotions, her love, her fear, her desperate hope for the future. "Tell me about the old fortress," he said finally. "What's waiting for us there?" Lucinda was quiet for a moment, her gaze fixed on the flames. "The old fortress is where the Crimson Court was founded," she said. "It's where my ancestors first established their power, where they built their empire. It's been abandoned for centuries, but the magic there is still strong. And we're going there because there's something hidden there," Lucinda said. "Something that can help us defeat Voldemort. An artifact that's been sealed away for generations, waiting for the right moment to be reclaimed." "What kind of artifact?" Lucinda met his eyes, and Harry saw the gravity in her gaze. "The Bloodstone," she said. "It's a crystal that contains the combined power of every ruler of the Crimson Court. It's the source of our strength, the heart of our magic. And if it falls into the wrong hands, it could destroy everything we've built." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. "Voldemort knows about it." "He knows about it," Lucinda confirmed. "That's why he's been targeting the Crimson Court. He wants the Bloodstone for himself." "Then we have to get to it first," Harry said. "We can't let him have it." Lucinda nodded. "That's why we're here. That's why we're making this journey. We need to reach the Bloodstone before Voldemort does, and we need to use its power to stop him once and for all." Harry felt the weight of her words, the enormity of the task before them. But he also felt the bond pulsing with Lucinda's determination, her unwavering resolve to protect her people. "Then let's get some rest," he said. "We have a long journey ahead of us." The next day dawned clear and cold, the sun casting long shadows on the snow. Harry woke to find Lucinda already awake, her gaze fixed on the entrance to the cave. "We need to move," she said, her voice urgent. "There are hunters nearby. I can sense them." Harry scrambled to his feet, his wand in hand. "How many?" "At least a dozen," Lucinda said. "They're tracking us. They know where we're going." "We have to lose them," Harry said. "We can't let them find the Bloodstone." Lucinda nodded, her expression grim. "We'll take the hidden pass. It's dangerous, but it will throw them off our trail." They left the cave, their footsteps silent on the snow. Harry followed Lucinda through a narrow gorge, the walls rising steeply on either side. The path was treacherous, the footing uncertain, but Lucinda moved with a confidence that inspired trust. "They're getting closer," Harry said, feeling the bond pulse with warning. "They've found the cave." "Then we run," Lucinda said. "Follow me." They ran through the gorge, their breath misting in the cold air. Harry could hear the hunters behind them, their shouts echoing off the walls. He pushed himself harder, his legs burning with exertion. The gorge opened into a vast valley, the snow-covered landscape stretching endlessly before them. Harry saw the fortress in the distance, its ancient walls rising from the snow like the bones of a forgotten giant. "There it is," Lucinda said, her voice filled with relief. "We made it." But the relief was short-lived. The hunters emerged from the gorge behind them, their wands blazing with dark magic. "We have to hold them off," Harry said, turning to face the hunters. "Give me time to cast a barrier." Lucinda nodded, her eyes blazing with crimson fire. "I'll hold them back. You do what you need to do." Harry raised his wand, focusing his magic on the barrier spell. He could feel Lucinda fighting beside him, her power surging through the bond, and he channeled it into his spell. "Protego Maxima," he shouted, and the barrier erupted from his wand, forming a shimmering wall between them and the hunters. The hunters' spells bounced off the barrier, their dark magic dissipating harmlessly. Harry held the spell, his concentration absolute, as Lucinda fought beside him. "Can you hold it?" she asked, her voice strained. "I can," Harry said. "But not for long. We need to get inside the fortress." Lucinda nodded, pulling him toward the fortress gates. "Then we go. Now." They ran through the gates, the ancient doors slamming shut behind them. Harry slumped against the wall, his body trembling with exhaustion. "We made it," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We actually made it." Lucinda smiled, a tired but genuine smile. "We make a good team," she said. "The best," Harry agreed. The fortress was vast, its halls filled with the echoes of a forgotten age. Harry walked beside Lucinda, his footsteps echoing on the ancient stone floors, as she led him toward the heart of the fortress. "The bloodstone is in the throne room," she explained. "It's been sealed there for centuries, waiting for the rightful heir to reclaim it." Harry nodded, his heart pounding with anticipation. The throne room was enormous, its walls lined with tapestries depicting the history of the Crimson Court. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested a crystal that pulsed with a warm, crimson light. "The bloodstone," Lucinda breathed, her voice filled with awe. "It's even more beautiful than I imagined." Harry approached the pedestal, his hand extended toward the crystal. He could feel its power pulsing through the bond, a warmth that seemed to embrace him. "Take it," Lucinda said. "It's yours." Harry looked at her, confused. "Mine? But it's your heritage. Your family's power." "It is," Lucinda said. "And I'm giving it to you. Because I trust you, Harry. Because I love you. And because I know that you'll use it to protect the people I love." Harry felt his heart swell with emotion. "Lucinda, I can't." "You can," she said. "And you will. The bloodstone has chosen you, Harry. It's responded to your magic, to the bond between us. You're the only one who can use its power." Harry hesitated, but the bond pulsed with Lucinda's certainty, her unwavering trust in him. He reached out and took the bloodstone. The power surged through him like a river, filling every cell of his body with warmth. He felt the bond strengthen, deepening, and he heard Lucinda's voice in his mind, filled with love and hope. "We're going to win," she said. "Together, we're going to win." Harry smiled, feeling the power of the bloodstone pulsing through him. "Together," he agreed. "Always." Chapter 14, Trials of the Blood Court. The bloodstone pulsed in Harry's hand, its warmth spreading through his body like a second heartbeat. He could feel the ancient power contained within the crystal, the combined strength of every ruler of the Crimson Court, preserved through the centuries for this very moment. But as he held it, the fortress around him began to shift. The walls rippled like water, the tapestries melting into shadows, and Harry felt the ground beneath his feet give way. "Lucinda," he shouted, reaching for her. But she was gone, and Harry was falling through darkness. He landed hard on a stone floor, the impact driving the breath from his lungs. He gasped, struggling to rise, and found himself in a vast chamber lit by flickering torches. The walls were covered in ancient runes that glowed with a faint, crimson light. "Welcome, Harry Potter," a voice echoed through the chamber. "You have been chosen to undergo the trials of the Blood Court. Only by proving your worth can you claim the full power of the bloodstone." Harry rose to his feet, his wand in hand. "Where's Lucinda? What have you done with her?" "The vampire princess is safe," the voice replied. "She is waiting for you at the end of the trials. But first, you must prove yourself worthy of standing beside her." Harry felt a surge of determination. "I'll do whatever it takes," he said. "Just tell me what I have to do." The voice was silent for a moment. Then, a door materialized in the wall before him. "The first trial is one of courage," the voice said. "Face your greatest fear, and you shall pass." Harry took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The room beyond was dark, the air thick with the scent of decay. Harry stepped forward cautiously, his wand casting a dim light that barely penetrated the shadows. And then he saw them. The corpses of his parents lay on the floor, their eyes glassy and vacant, their skin pale as moonlight. Beside them, Sirius Black lay in a pool of his own blood, his face frozen in an expression of agony. "Harry," a voice whispered, and Harry spun around. Voldemort stood before him, his red eyes gleaming with malice. "You cannot save them," he hissed. "You could never save them. You are weak, Potter. Pathetic. And you will always fail those you love. Harry felt the rage building inside him, the desperate need to strike out, to destroy the monster before him. But he forced himself to breathe, to think. This isn't real, he said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. This is a test. A trial. Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. Is it? Are you certain? Perhaps this is the truth you've been hiding from. Perhaps you really are as weak as I've always known. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the bond. He could feel Lucinda's presence, distant but real, pulsing with love and reassurance. I'm not weak, he said, opening his eyes. I've survived everything you've thrown at me. I've faced death itself and walked away. And I will never stop fighting for the people I love. Voldemort's image flickered, his features contorting with rage. You cannot defeat me, Potter. You are nothing. A child playing at being a hero. I'm not playing, Harry said. And I'm not afraid of you. He raised his wand, and the image of Voldemort shattered like glass. The room dissolved around him, and Harry found himself standing in a new chamber. You have passed the trial of courage, the voice said. Now you must face the trial of wisdom. The second chamber was a library, its shelves stretching into infinity. Books lined the walls, their spines gleaming with gold lettering. Harry walked through the aisles, his footsteps echoing in the silence. To pass this trial, you must answer 3 questions, the voice said. Answer correctly, and you shall proceed. Harry nodded, his mind racing. I'm ready. The first question appeared in the air before him, written in letters of fire. Question 1. What is the greatest weakness of the Dark Lord Voldemort? Harry thought for a moment. His arrogance, he said. He believes he is invincible. He underestimates the power of love, of sacrifice, of unity. He thinks he can achieve everything alone, but he can't. The letters glowed brightly, and the voice spoke again. Correct. Question 2. What is the most powerful weapon in the fight against darkness? Harry didn't hesitate. Hope, he said. The hope that things can get better, that love can triumph over hate, that we can build a better world. Without hope, there is no reason to fight. The letters glowed again, and Harry felt a surge of confidence. Question 3. What is the one thing that can break the bond between a vampire and her bonded? Harry felt his heart stop. He thought of Lucinda, of the love that pulsed through the bond every moment of every day. He thought of what he would do if that bond were broken, how he would feel if he lost her. Nothing, he said finally. Nothing can break the bond. It's eternal, forged in blood and magic and love. Death itself cannot break it. The letters blazed with light, and the room dissolved. Harry found himself in a new chamber, the third and final trial ahead. The third chamber was a battlefield. Soldiers clashed around Harry, their swords and wands flashing in the dim light. He could see Lucinda in the distance, fighting against a horde of dark figures. This is the trial of sacrifice, the voice said. To pass, you must give up something you hold most dear. Harry watched Lucinda fight, her movements fluid and deadly. He felt the bond pulsing with her determination, her love, her desperate hope for the future. What do I have to give up? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Your life, the voice said. You must sacrifice yourself to save her. Only then can you prove your worth. Harry felt his heart ache. He thought of everything he'd survived, everything he'd fought for. He thought of the future he'd dreamed of, a future with Lucinda by his side. But he also thought of what would happen if he didn't sacrifice himself. If Lucinda died, if Voldemort won, if the world fell into darkness. I'll do it, he said. I'll give up my life to save her. He stepped forward, his wand raised, ready to face the darkness. But before he could act, Lucinda's voice echoed in his mind. Harry, no. This isn't real. It's a trick. Harry froze, confusion washing over him. What? The trial is a lie, Lucinda said, her voice urgent. It's designed to test your love, not your willingness to die. The true sacrifice is to choose to live. To fight for the future we've dreamed of. Harry felt the truth of her words settle over him. The trial wasn't about dying, it was about choosing to live, to fight, to build a better world. I choose to live, he said, his voice firm. I choose to fight for Lucinda, for the Crimson Court, for everyone I love. I will not give up, not now, not ever. The battlefield dissolved, and Harry found himself standing in the throne room once more. Lucinda was beside him, her hand in his, her eyes filled with love. You passed, she said, her voice filled with awe. You passed all 3 trials. Harry smiled, feeling the bond pulse with warmth. I couldn't have done it without you, he said. You guided me through the darkness. Lucinda kissed him, her lips soft against his. We did it together, she said. That's what matters. The bloodstone pulsed with a brilliant light, and Harry felt its power flow into him. He was stronger now, more connected to the Crimson Court than ever before. The trials had tested him, pushed him to his limits, and he had emerged victorious. We need to return to Hogwarts, he said, his voice filled with determination. Voldemort is planning something. I can feel it. Lucinda nodded, her expression grave. Then we go. Together. Harry smiled, feeling the bond pulse with warmth. Together, he agreed. They left the fortress, the bloodstone pulsing in Harry's hand. The hunters were gone, their trail lost in the snow. But Harry knew they would return, and he knew that the final battle was coming. We're going to win, he said, his voice filled with certainty. I know we are. Lucinda looked at him, her eyes soft. How can you be so sure? Because I have you, Harry said. Because we have each other. And because nothing, not Voldemort, not the hunters, not even death itself, can tear us apart. Lucinda smiled, and Harry felt the bond pulse with love. I love you, she said. I love you more than anything. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. I love you too, he said. And I'm never going to let you go. They stood in the snow, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The future was uncertain, but they knew that together, they could face anything. And as the stars wheeled overhead, Harry made a vow. He would protect Lucinda with his life. He would stand by her side through every battle, every trial, every triumph. They were bound by love, and nothing could tear them apart. Chapter 15, The Vampire Civil War. The journey back to Hogwarts was fraught with tension. Harry could feel it in the air, in the way the bond pulsed with Lucinda's anxiety, in the dark clouds that gathered on the horizon like omens of war. They're moving, Lucinda said, her voice tight with fear. Malakar's forces are mobilizing. He's gathering the noble houses that still support him, preparing for an assault on the Crimson Court. Harry felt his blood run cold. How do you know? I can feel it through the bloodstone, Lucinda said. It's connected to the Crimson Court's magic. I can sense the movements of our enemies, the preparations for battle. Harry nodded, his mind racing. Then we need to get back to the fortress. We need to warn your people. We won't make it in time, Lucinda said, her voice filled with despair. The hunters are still tracking us. They'll delay us long enough for Malakar to strike. Then we find another way, Harry said, his voice firm. We use the Bloodstone's power to transport us. Lucinda looked at him, her eyes wide with surprise. The Bloodstone can't transport us that far. The magic is too unstable. Then we make it stable, Harry said. We channel our combined power through the bond. Together, we can do anything. Lucinda hesitated, but the bond pulsed with her trust. All right, she said. Let's try. The magic was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The bloodstone pulsed with power, and Harry felt Lucinda's magic flowing through him, combining with his own in a surge of energy that seemed to bend the very fabric of reality. The world dissolved around them, and Harry felt himself being pulled through a vortex of light and shadow. He held on to Lucinda's hand, refusing to let go, and together they emerged into the throne room of the Crimson Court. "We made it," Harry breathed, his body trembling with exhaustion. Lucinda nodded, her face pale but determined. "But we're too late. The battle has already begun." Harry could hear the sounds of fighting echoing through the fortress, the clash of weapons, the roar of magic, the screams of the wounded. He ran to the window, looking out at the chaos below. The courtyard was a battlefield. Malakar's forces had breached the outer walls, and they were fighting their way toward the throne room. The Crimson Court's warriors were holding them back, but they were outnumbered. "We have to help them," Harry said, his wand in hand. "We have to protect your people." Lucinda nodded, her eyes blazing with crimson fire. "Then we fight," she said. "Together." The battle was brutal. Harry fought alongside Lucinda, their combined magic tearing through Malakar's forces like a scythe through wheat. The bond pulsed with power, and Harry felt the bloodstone's energy flowing through him, amplifying his spells beyond anything he'd ever achieved. But Malakar had prepared for this. He'd brought dark wizards to supplement his forces, their curses flying through the air like deadly serpents. Harry saw warriors fall, their bodies dissolving into ash, and he felt a rage building inside him that was almost uncontrollable. "Harry, stay focused," Lucinda shouted, deflecting a curse that would have struck him. "We need to reach Malakar. He's the key to ending this." Harry nodded, pushing through the chaos. He could see Malakar at the center of the fighting, his eyes blazing with hatred as he directed his forces. "Malakar!" Harry shouted, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "Stand and fight us. Face us like a true leader." Malakar turned, his face contorted with rage. "You think you can defeat me, wizard? You think your love for my cousin makes you worthy of the Crimson Court? It makes me more worthy than you," Harry said, his voice steady. "Because I'm fighting for something greater than power. I'm fighting for the people I love." Malakar laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Love? Love is weakness. It blinds you, makes you vulnerable. I will never make the mistake of loving anyone." "Then you've already lost," Harry said. "Because love is the only thing that makes life worth living." Malakar raised his wand, a curse forming on his lips. But before he could cast it, Lucinda stepped forward, her eyes blazing with power. "Malakar," she said, her voice echoing with ancient authority. "You have betrayed the Crimson Court. You have turned against your own people. And for that, you must face the consequences." Malakar sneered. "You can't defeat me, cousin. I've prepared for this moment for years. I've gathered power you can't even imagine." "Power isn't everything," Lucinda said. "Courage, loyalty, love, those are what truly matter. And you have none of them." She raised her hands, and the bloodstone blazed with light. Malakar screamed as the power surged through him, his body convulsing with the force of the magic. "Mercy," he begged, his voice trembling with fear. "Please, have mercy." Lucinda hesitated, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. But Harry stepped forward, his hand on her arm. "You don't have to kill him," he said softly. "That's not who you are." Lucinda looked at him, and Harry saw the conflict in her eyes. She wanted vengeance, wanted to make Malakar pay for everything he'd done. But she also wanted to be better than him, to prove that the Crimson Court could rise above the cycle of violence. "Leave," she said finally, her voice cold. "Leave the Crimson Court, and never return. If I ever see you again, I will not be so merciful." Malakar scrambled to his feet, his face pale with fear. He fled, his followers scattering behind him, and the battle was over. The aftermath was chaos. The wounded were tended to, the dead mourned, the damages assessed. Harry helped where he could, his body aching with exhaustion, his mind filled with the images of the battle. Lucinda stood on the walls, looking out at the snowy landscape. Harry came to stand beside her, his hand finding hers. "We won," he said, his voice soft. "We actually won." Lucinda nodded, but her expression was distant. "We lost so many," she said. "So many people who trusted me to protect them." "You did protect them," Harry said. "You saved everyone you could." "But it wasn't enough," Lucinda said. "It will never be enough." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I know," he said. "I know it hurts. But we can't give up. We have to keep fighting, keep building a better world." Lucinda buried her face in his chest, and Harry felt her tears soaking through his robes. "I don't know if I can do this," she whispered. "I don't know if I'm strong enough." "You are," Harry said. "You're the strongest person I know. And I'll be here, every step of the way." Lucinda looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed but fierce. "You promise?" "I promise," Harry said. "Always." The days that followed were a time of healing and rebuilding. The Crimson Court's warriors were honored for their bravery, and the noble houses pledged their loyalty to Lucinda once more. The alliance between the Crimson Court and the Order of the Phoenix was stronger than ever, united by the shared struggle against Voldemort. But Harry knew that the war was far from over. Voldemort was still out there, gathering his forces for a final assault. The hunters were regrouping, their ranks swelling with dark wizards and creatures of the night. "We need to prepare for the final battle," Harry said one evening, standing on the walls with Lucinda. "Voldemort is going to strike soon. We need to be ready." Lucinda nodded, her expression grave. "The Crimson Court is ready," she said. "We've rebuilt our defenses, trained our warriors, fortified our wards. We're as prepared as we'll ever be." "And the Order?" "Dumbledore is gathering his forces," Lucinda said. "The Ministry is finally taking the threat seriously. We have allies across the magical world." Harry smiled, feeling a surge of hope. "Then we're ready," he said. "We're ready to end this once and for all." Lucinda turned to face him, her eyes soft. "I love you," she said. "I know I say it a lot, but I need you to know. I love you more than anything." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm never going to let you go." They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The final battle was coming, and they knew that many of them might not survive. But they also knew that as long as they had each other, they could face anything. And that was enough. Chapter 16, Voldemort's new interest. The victory over Malachar had brought a temporary peace to the Crimson Court, but Harry knew it wouldn't last. The bond pulsed with a warning he couldn't ignore. Something was shifting in the darkness, something far more dangerous than a power-hungry cousin. It was 3 nights after the battle when the first sign came. Harry was in the fortress's library, studying ancient texts on defensive magic, when Lucinda burst through the doors. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with alarm. "Harry, we have a problem," she said, her voice tight with fear. "The hunters have returned. But they're not alone." Harry rose from his chair, his wand already in hand. "Voldemort?" Lucinda nodded, her expression grim. "He's taken control of the hunters. Blackwood was powerful, but Voldemort's magic is on another level entirely. He's united the dark forces, Death Eaters, vampire hunters, dark creatures from across the magical world. They're all under his command now." Harry felt his blood run cold. "He's building an army." "A massive one," Lucinda confirmed. "And he's not just targeting the Crimson Court anymore. He's planning to strike at Hogwarts, at the Ministry, at every center of resistance." He wants to destroy the wizarding world completely and rebuild it in his image. Harry paced the length of the library, his mind racing. We need to warn Dumbledore. We need to mobilize our forces. I've already sent word, Lucinda said. But there's something else. Something worse. Harry stopped, turning to face her. What? Lucinda met his eyes, and Harry saw the fear in her gaze. Voldemort knows about the Bloodstone, she said. He knows about its power, its connection to the Crimson Court. And he wants it for himself. Harry felt the Bloodstone pulse against his chest, its warmth a constant reminder of the power he now carried. He can't have it. I won't let him. I know, Lucinda said. But Harry, he's not just coming for the Bloodstone. He's coming for you. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Me? The prophecy. Lucinda said. He knows about the prophecy. He knows that you and I are the key to defeating him. He wants to destroy us before we can fulfill our destiny. Harry stood in silence, the weight of her words pressing down on him. He'd always known that Voldemort would come for him, it was the story of his life, the curse that had followed him since birth. But now, it was different. Now, he had something worth protecting. Someone worth fighting for. Then we stop him, Harry said, his voice firm. We gather our allies, we fortify our defenses, and we make our stand. Lucinda stepped closer, her hand finding his. Together, she said. We do this together. Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the bond pulse with warmth. Together. The next morning, Harry and Lucinda traveled to Hogwarts to meet with Dumbledore. The castle was abuzz with activity, students and professors alike preparing for the coming conflict. Dumbledore received them in his office, his expression grave. I've received word of Voldemort's movements, he said. He's massing his forces in the Forbidden Forest, preparing for an assault on the castle. We need to evacuate the students, Harry said. We can't let them be caught in the crossfire. Dumbledore nodded. I've already made arrangements. The younger students will be sent to safe houses across the country. The older ones who wish to fight will be given the opportunity. And the order? We're mobilizing, Dumbledore said. Members from across the magical world are coming to our aid. We'll make our stand here, at Hogwarts. Harry felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Professor. I know this isn't easy. Dumbledore smiled, a sad, knowing smile. I've been preparing for this day for a long time, Harry. Voldemort's defeat has been a long time coming. And I believe that you are the key to achieving it. Harry felt the weight of Dumbledore's words. I'll do whatever it takes, he said. I won't let him win. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling. With an emotion that might have been pride. I know you won't, Harry. I've always believed in you. The days that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry trained alongside the Order of the Phoenix, honing his combat skills and learning new spells. Lucinda was at his side, her presence a constant reassurance. But the shadow of Voldemort loomed over everything. Harry could feel his presence growing stronger, could sense the dark magic gathering in the Forbidden Forest like a storm about to break. We're running out of time, Lucinda said one evening as they stood on the astronomy tower, looking out at the darkened grounds. The attack is coming. I can feel it. Harry nodded, his hand finding hers. I know. But we're ready. We've done everything we can. Lucinda turned to face him, her eyes filled with love and fear. What happens if we lose? What happens if we can't stop him? Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. We won't lose, he said. We've survived everything he's thrown at us. We'll survive this too. Lucinda looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How can you be so certain? Because I have you, Harry said. Because we have each other. And because I know that love is stronger than hate, stronger than fear, stronger than death itself. Lucinda smiled, a sad, hopeful smile. "I love you," she said. "I love you more than anything." Harry kissed her, his lips soft against hers. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm never going to let you go." They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The final battle was coming, and they knew that many of them might not survive. But they also knew that as long as they had each other, they could face anything. The morning of the attack dawned gray and cold, the sky heavy with clouds that seemed to press down on the castle like a physical weight. Harry stood on the walls of Hogwarts, his wand in hand, his heart pounding with anticipation. Lucinda was beside him, her eyes blazing with crimson fire. The bloodstone pulsed against Harry's chest, its warmth a constant reminder of the power they carried together. "They're coming," Lucinda said, her voice tight with tension. "I can sense them." Harry nodded, his gaze fixed on the forbidden forest. He could see movement in the shadows, figures emerging from the trees in an endless tide of darkness. "Hold the line," Harry shouted, his voice carrying over the chaos. "Don't let them through." The battle began. Magic crackled through the air, curses and counter-curses flying in every direction. Harry fought with everything he had, his wand blazing with spell after spell. Lucinda was beside him, her power surging through the bond, and together they pushed back against the darkness. But Voldemort was powerful. His forces were relentless, their dark magic tearing through the defenders like a scythe through wheat. Harry saw friends fall, their bodies crumpling to the ground, and he felt a rage building inside him that was almost uncontrollable. "Harry, stay focused," Lucinda shouted, deflecting a curse that would have struck him. "We need to reach Voldemort. He's the key to ending this." Harry nodded, pushing through the chaos. He could see Voldemort at the center of the battle, his red eyes gleaming with malice as he directed his forces. "Voldemort!" Harry shouted, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "Face me. End this now." Voldemort turned, his lips curling into a cruel smile. "Harry Potter," he hissed. "The boy who lived. How fitting that we should end this here, together." Harry raised his wand, feeling the bloodstone pulse with power. "This ends now, Voldemort. One way or another." Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "You think you can defeat me, Potter? You think your love for a vampire princess makes you strong? It makes you weak. It makes you vulnerable. And it will be your downfall." Harry felt the rage building inside him, the desperate need to strike out, to destroy the monster before him. But he forced himself to breathe, to think. "You're wrong," Harry said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "Love isn't weakness. It's the greatest strength of all. And it's what will defeat you in the end." Voldemort's face contorted with rage. "Enough," he hissed. "I will destroy you, Potter. And I will take everything you love before I do." He raised his wand, and the world exploded into chaos. Chapter 17, Love Beyond Darkness. The battle raged around them, but Harry's world had narrowed to a single point, the red-eyed monster standing before him. Voldemort's wand was raised, a killing curse forming on his lips, and Harry felt the bloodstone pulse against his chest, ready to respond to his command. But something made him pause. A whisper through the bond, soft but insistent. Harry, wait. Don't let him control you. Don't let the darkness win. Lucinda's voice echoed in his mind, and Harry felt her presence wrap around him like a shield. She was fighting her own battle, pushing through a swarm of Death Eaters to reach him, her eyes blazing with love and determination. Harry lowered his wand, just slightly, and Voldemort's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Surrendering, Potter?" Voldemort hissed. "I expected more from the boy who lived." "I'm not surrendering," Harry said, his voice calm. "I'm choosing to fight differently. I'm choosing to fight with love, not hate." With hope, not fear. With the belief that a better world is possible. Voldemort laughed, the sound grating and cold. Love. Hope. These are the delusions of the weak. The world is ruled by power, Potter. By those who are willing to take what they want. You have never understood that. No, Harry agreed. I've never understood that. Because I've always believed that true power comes from something greater, from sacrifice, from loyalty, from the willingness to fight for what's right, even when it's hard. Voldemort's face twisted. With rage. You are a fool, Potter. A naive, pathetic fool. Maybe, Harry said. But I'm a fool who's loved. Who's been loved in return. And that's more than you've ever had. The word struck Voldemort like a physical blow. His eyes blazed with fury, and he raised his wand to strike. But before he could cast the curse, Lucinda was there. She stepped between Harry and Voldemort, her eyes blazing with crimson fire, her hands raised to channel her power. The Death Eaters who had been pursuing her fell back, their courage failing in the face of her fury. Lucinda, no. Harry shouted, reaching for her. He's too powerful. I don't care, Lucinda said, her voice ringing with conviction. I won't let him hurt you. I won't let him destroy everything we've built. Voldemort sneered. Another sacrifice. How predictable. You vampires are all the same, willing to throw away your lives for nothing. It's not nothing, Lucinda said. It's everything. It's love. It's hope. It's the belief that we can build a better world. And that's something you will never understand. She raised her hands, and the bloodstone flared with light. Harry felt the magic surge through the bond, Lucinda's power combining with his own, and together they channeled the ancient magic of the Crimson Court toward their enemy. The ground beneath Voldemort's feet cracked and split, dark energy erupting from the fissures. The Death Eaters scattered, their courage finally breaking, and Voldemort was forced to retreat, his cloak billowing in the magical wind. You cannot defeat me, he shrieked, his voice echoing with rage. I am immortal. I am eternal. You're not immortal, Harry said, stepping forward. You're just a man who's afraid to die. A man who's so consumed by fear and hatred that he can't see the truth. The truth? Voldemort laughed, but there was a desperate edge to it now. What truth? The truth that love will always triumph over hate, Harry said. The truth that hope will always overcome despair. The truth that you are not invincible, no matter how much you pretend to be. Voldemort's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and for the first time, Harry saw fear in his gaze. You're wrong, Voldemort said, his voice trembling. You're wrong about everything. Am I? Harry asked. Look around you. Your forces are fleeing. Your allies are abandoning you. You're alone, Voldemort. Just as you've always been. Voldemort looked around, and Harry saw the realization dawning in his eyes. His Death Eaters were gone, scattered by the combined might of the Crimson Court and the Order of the Phoenix. His hunters had fled, their courage broken. He was alone, facing the two people he had underestimated the most. This isn't over, Voldemort hissed. I will return. I will destroy everything you love. No, Harry said, his voice firm. You won't. Because we're going to stop you. Here and now. He raised his wand, feeling the bloodstone pulse with power. Lucinda's hand found his, and together, they channeled their combined magic into a single spell. Expelliarmus! Harry shouted. Vampirus Maxima! Lucinda cried. The spells merged, their combined power surging toward Voldemort in a wave of crimson and gold. Voldemort raised his wand to block, but the magic was too strong, too pure. It struck him square in the chest, and he screamed. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Voldemort's body convulsed, his features contorting with pain, and Harry saw the darkness inside him begin to unravel. And then, with a final, terrible cry, Voldemort was gone. His body dissolved into ash, his wand clattering to the ground, and the darkness that had haunted the wizarding world for decades was finally, irrevocably, defeated. The silence that followed was deafening. Harry stood in the center of the battlefield, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Lucinda was beside him, her hand still in his, and the bond pulsed with a warmth that seemed to fill the emptiness left by. The battle's end. Is it over? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Harry looked around at the battlefield, at the bodies of friends and enemies scattered across the grounds. He looked at the castle, its walls scarred but still standing. And he looked at Lucinda, her eyes filled with love and hope. "It's over," he said, and the words felt like a revelation. "We won." The victory celebration was subdued, tempered by grief for those who had been lost. Harry moved through the crowds, accepting congratulations and condolences with equal grace. But his heart wasn't in it, not fully. He found Lucinda on the astronomy tower, looking out at the stars. She was alone, her silhouette sharp against the night sky, and Harry felt a surge of love for her that made his heart ache. "Lucinda," he said, coming to stand beside her. "What are you doing up here?" Lucinda turned to face him, her eyes soft in the moonlight. "I needed to think," she said. "I needed to process everything that's happened." Harry nodded, understanding. "It's a lot," he said. "So much has changed. So much has been lost. But we survived," Lucinda said. "We survived, and we have a chance to build something better." Harry took her hand, feeling the bond pulse with warmth. "I know," he said. "And that's what we're going to do. We're going to build a world where everyone can live in peace." Lucinda smiled, a sad, hopeful smile. "Do you really think that's possible?" "I have to believe it is," Harry said. "Otherwise, what was the point of all this? What was the point of fighting, of sacrificing, of loving?" Lucinda was silent for a long moment. Then she leaned into him, her head resting on his shoulder. "I love you," she said. "I love you more than anything." Harry wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm never going to let you go." They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The war was over, and they had won. But the real work was just beginning, the work of building a future where love could flourish, where hope could thrive, where darkness could never again take root. "We're going to change the world," Harry said, his voice filled with conviction. "We're going to show everyone that love is stronger than hate, that hope is stronger than fear, that unity is stronger than division." Lucinda looked up at him, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Together," she said. "We do this together." Harry kissed her, his lips soft against hers. "Together," he agreed. "Always." Chapter 18, The Crimson Eclipse. The weeks following Voldemort's defeat were a time of healing and rebuilding. The wizarding world slowly emerged from the shadow of fear that had gripped it for so long, and Harry found himself at the center of a new beginning. But the victory had come at a cost. The Crimson Court had lost many warriors, and the fortress was in ruins. Lucinda worked tirelessly to rebuild, her days filled with meetings and negotiations, her nights spent in quiet reflection with Harry by her side. "We need to restore the Bloodstone's power," Lucinda said one evening as they walked through the fortress's damaged halls. "The battle drained it significantly. Without its power, the Crimson Court is vulnerable." Harry nodded, feeling the Bloodstone pulse weakly against his chest. "What do we need to do?" "There's an ancient ritual," Lucinda said. "It must be performed during a celestial event, a crimson eclipse. The eclipse is coming in 3 days." "A crimson eclipse?" Harry repeated. "I've never heard of such a thing." "It's rare," Lucinda explained. "It occurs when the moon passes through a specific alignment of stars, casting a red glow across the sky. It's the most powerful time for vampire magic, the moment when the veil between worlds is thinnest. Harry felt a surge of determination. Then we perform the ritual. We restore the bloodstone's power. Lucinda smiled, but there was something in her eyes, a flicker of fear that made Harry's heart ache. "There's something I haven't told you," she said. "The ritual requires a sacrifice." "What kind of sacrifice?" Lucinda met his eyes, and Harry saw the tears glistening there. "The bloodstone must be fed with the blood of the bonded pair," she said. "It requires the life force of the vampire heir and her bonded wizard. If the ritual fails, we could both die." Harry felt his blood run cold. "That's why you've been so worried." Lucinda nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can't lose you, Harry. I can't go through this alone." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "You won't," he said. "We'll do this together. And we'll succeed." The night of the crimson eclipse arrived with a sense of portent that made Harry's nerves jangle with anticipation. The sky above the fortress was a deep, crimson red, the moon hanging low and massive on the horizon. It was beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of the power that lurked in the shadows. Lucinda led him to the throne room, where the bloodstone rested on its pedestal. The crystal pulsed with a faint light, its power diminished but not extinguished. "Are you ready?" Lucinda asked, her voice soft. Harry took her hand, feeling the bond pulse with warmth. "I'm ready," he said. "We do this together." Lucinda nodded, and they approached the pedestal. Harry drew the dagger from his robes, the same dagger they'd used for the blood oath. He cut his palm, letting the blood drip onto the bloodstone. Lucinda did the same, her blood mingling with his on the crystal's surface. "By blood and bone, by heart and soul," Lucinda chanted, her voice echoing in the throne room. "We call upon the ancient power of the Crimson Court. Restore the bloodstone, and with it, the strength of our people." The bloodstone pulsed with light, its glow intensifying with each word. Harry felt the power surging through the bond, Lucinda's magic combining with his own. And together they channeled it into the crystal. The throne room shook, the walls trembling with the force of the magic. Harry felt the bloodstone drawing on his life force, pulling at his very essence, and he fought to maintain his connection to Lucinda. "Stay with me," Lucinda shouted, her voice strained. "Don't let go." "I won't," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not going anywhere." The bloodstone blazed with light, its power restored to full strength. Harry felt the magic surging through him, filling every cell of his body with warmth. He could feel Lucinda's presence, her strength, her love, and he knew that they had succeeded. The light faded, and Harry collapsed to the ground, his body trembling with exhaustion. Lucinda was beside him in an instant, her hands cradling his face. "You did it," she said, her voice filled with awe. "We did it." Harry smiled, his eyes heavy with fatigue. "I told you we would." Lucinda kissed him, her lips soft against his. "I love you," she said. "I love you more than anything." Harry wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm never going to let you go." The next morning, Harry woke to find Lucinda already dressed, her eyes bright with hope and purpose. "The bloodstone is restored," she said. "The Crimson Court's power is stronger than ever. We're ready to build a new future." Harry rose from the bed, his body still aching from the ritual. "Then let's get started." They walked through the fortress together, hand in hand, surveying the progress of the rebuilding. The wounded were healing, the damaged walls were being repaired, and the people were beginning to hope again. "The world is changing," Harry said as they stood on the walls, looking out at the snow-covered mountains. "Voldemort's defeat has opened up new possibilities. We have a chance to build something better." Lucinda nodded, her hand squeezing his. "But it won't be easy. There's still so much fear, so much prejudice. The wizarding world isn't ready to accept vampires as equals. Then we show them they're wrong, Harry said. We show them what the Crimson Court truly is, a society of honor, loyalty, and love. We build bridges instead of walls. And we prove that unity is stronger than division. Lucinda smiled, a bright, hopeful smile. When did you become such an optimist? Since I met you, Harry said. You showed me that hope is worth fighting for. Lucinda leaned into him, her head resting on his shoulder. I love you, she said. I love you more than anything. Harry wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I love you too, he said. And I'm never going to let you go. They stood in the morning light, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The future was uncertain, but they knew that together, they could face anything. And as the sun rose over the mountains, casting its golden light across the snow, Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him. The war was over. The future was bright. And he had Lucinda by his side. It was more than he had ever dreamed possible. And it was only the beginning. Chapter 19, The Final Battle. The peace that had followed Voldemort's defeat was fragile, like ice on a frozen lake that could crack at any moment. Harry knew this, felt it in the way the bond pulsed with Lucinda's unease, in the way the bloodstone seemed to hum with a warning that only he could hear. They're regrouping, Lucinda said one evening, her voice tight with tension. The remnants of Voldemort's forces, the hunters who escaped, Malakar's supporters, they're all gathering in the north. They're planning a final assault. Harry felt his stomach drop. How many? Enough, Lucinda said. They've been recruiting from the dark corners of the magical world, promising power and revenge to anyone who will join their cause. They're led by a new commander, someone who was close to Voldemort, someone who knows our weaknesses. Who? Harry demanded. Lucinda met his eyes, and Harry saw the fear in her gaze. Bellatrix Lestrange, she said. She survived the battle, and she's been gathering Voldemort's followers ever since. She wants revenge for her master's death, and she'll stop at nothing to destroy everything we've built. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Bellatrix Lestrange was one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, a woman whose cruelty was legendary. If she was leading the assault, the battle would be brutal. We need to warn the Order, Harry said. We need to mobilize our forces. I've already sent word, Lucinda said. Dumbledore is gathering the Order, and the Crimson Court is preparing for battle. But Harry, this is different from before. Bellatrix has something we've never faced before, an ancient artifact that can neutralize vampire magic. What artifact? Lucinda's voice was barely above a whisper. The Sunstone. It's a crystal that contains the power of daylight itself. It can weaken vampires, strip them of their powers, make them vulnerable to ordinary weapons. Bellatrix has it, and she's planning to use it against us. Harry felt his blood run cold. Then we need to stop her before she can use it. We will, Lucinda said. But we need to be careful. If Bellatrix activates the Sunstone during the battle, many of my people will die. Harry nodded, his mind racing. Then we need to take the fight to her. We need to strike first, before she has a chance to use the artifact. Lucinda looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and fear. I was hoping you'd say that. The plan was risky, but Harry knew it was their only chance. They would lead a small strike force into the enemy's camp, disable the Sunstone, and then call in the main forces for the final assault. The night of the mission, Harry stood with Lucinda on the walls of the fortress, looking out at the mountains. The stars were bright overhead, and the wind was cold, but Harry barely noticed. He was too focused on the task ahead. Are you ready? Lucinda asked, her voice soft. Harry took her hand, feeling the bond pulse with warmth. Ready, he said. Let's end this. They led the strike force through the mountains, their movements silent and precise. The enemy camp was in a valley below, its tents glowing with firelight. Harry could see the guards patrolling the perimeter, their wands held ready. "We need to find the Sunstone," Lucinda whispered. "It's in the main tent, guarded by Bellatrix herself." Harry nodded, his wand in hand. "Then we go straight for the tent. We don't stop until we have the artifact." The strike force moved through the shadows, taking out the guards with silent spells. Harry could feel the bond pulsing with Lucinda's focus, her determination to protect her people. They reached the main tent, and Harry pushed through the entrance. Bellatrix was there, her eyes blazing with madness, the sunstone glowing in her hand. "Harry Potter," she hissed, her voice dripping with contempt. "I knew you would come. The boy who lived, always trying to be the hero." "Bellatrix," Harry said, his voice steady. "Give me the Sunstone. I don't want to hurt you." Bellatrix laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Hurt me? You think you can hurt me? I was Voldemort's most loyal servant. I have power you can't even imagine." "I'm not here to fight you," Harry said. "I'm here to stop you. To prevent more bloodshed." Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. "You're a fool, Potter. You think love can conquer everything. But love is weakness. It's the reason so many have died." "No," Harry said, his voice filled with conviction. "Love is strength. It's the reason we've survived. It's the reason we'll win." Bellatrix raised the Sunstone, its light blazing with power. "Then let's see how strong your love is when I destroy everything you hold dear." Lucinda stepped forward, her eyes blazing with crimson fire. "You won't destroy anything," she said. "Not while I'm standing." Bellatrix sneered. "The vampire princess. How touching. You think you can protect him? You think you can protect anyone?" "I know I can," Lucinda said. "Because I love him. And love is stronger than hate." Bellatrix screamed, raising the Sunstone to strike. But before she could activate it, Harry raised his wand, channeling the power of the Bloodstone into a single spell. "Expelliarmus," he shouted. The spell struck the Sunstone, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. The light faded, and Bellatrix screamed in rage. "No," she shrieked. "You've ruined everything." "It's over, Bellatrix," Harry said, his voice firm. "You've lost." Bellatrix lunged at him, her wand raised for a killing curse. But Lucinda was faster, her magic surging through the bond, and she struck Bellatrix with a blast of crimson fire. Bellatrix fell, her body crumpling to the ground. The battle was over. The final battle was brutal, but the Crimson Court and the Order of the Phoenix emerged victorious. Bellatrix's forces were scattered, their leader defeated, and the Sunstone was destroyed. Harry stood on the battlefield, his body aching with exhaustion. Lucinda was beside him, her hand in his, and the bond pulsed with a warmth that seemed to fill the emptiness left by the battle's end. "We did it," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We actually did it." Lucinda smiled, a tired but genuine smile. "We did," she said. "Together." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I love you," he said. "I love you more than anything." Lucinda looked up at him, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I love you too," she said. "And I'm never going to let you go." They stood in the aftermath of the battle, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The war was over, and they had won. But the real work was just beginning, the work of building a world where love could flourish, where hope could thrive, where darkness could never again take root. "We're going to change the world," Harry said, his voice filled with conviction. "We're going to show everyone that love is stronger than hate, that hope is stronger than fear, that unity is stronger than division." Lucinda looked at him, her eyes filled with love and hope. "Together," she said. "We do this together." Harry kissed her, his lips soft against hers. "Together," he agreed. "Always." Chapter 20 a new dawn. The morning after the final battle dawned clear and cold, the sun rising over the snow-capped mountains like a promise of new beginnings. Harry stood on the walls of the Crimson Court's fortress, his breath misting in the frigid air, and watched the light spread across the landscape. Lucinda came to stand beside him, her hand finding his. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the world wake around them. "It's beautiful," Lucinda said softly. "I'd almost forgotten what it felt like to see a sunrise without fear." Harry squeezed her hand. "We have a lot of sunrises ahead of us. A lot of mornings to wake up without fear." Lucinda turned to face him, her eyes soft. "Do you really believe that? That we can build a world without fear?" "I have to believe it," Harry said. "Because if I don't, then what was the point of everything we've been through? The battles, the losses, the sacrifices, they all have to mean something." Lucinda nodded slowly. "You're right. They do mean something. They mean we have a chance to create something better." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "We're going to make it happen," he said. "Together, we're going to build a world where everyone can live in peace." Lucinda looked up at him, her eyes filled with love and hope. "I love you," she said. "I know I say it a lot, but I need you to know. I love you more than anything." Harry kissed her, his lips soft against hers. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm never going to let you go." The weeks that followed were filled with the work of rebuilding. The Crimson Court's fortress was restored to its former glory, its walls reinforced, its ward strengthened. The noble houses pledged their loyalty to Lucinda, and the alliance between the Crimson Court and the Wizarding World was formalized through a series of treaties and agreements. Harry worked alongside Lucinda, helping to bridge the gap between the two worlds. It wasn't easy, there was still fear and prejudice on both sides, but Harry refused to give up. He'd seen what love could accomplish, what unity could achieve, and he was determined to make it work. "People are starting to come around," Hermione said one evening as they sat in the Gryffindor common room. "The Ministry has officially recognized the Crimson Court as a sovereign nation. There's even talk of exchanging ambassadors." Harry smiled, feeling a surge of hope. "That's incredible. I never thought I'd see the day." "Neither did I," Hermione admitted. "But you and Lucinda have shown everyone what's possible. You've proven that love can overcome even the deepest divisions." Harry felt his heart swell with pride. "We couldn't have done it alone," he said. "We had so many people helping us. So many people who believed in what we were trying to achieve." Hermione smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "That's what makes it work," she said. "That's what makes the future bright." The official ceremony to mark the alliance between the Wizarding World and the Crimson Court was held at Hogwarts, in the Great Hall. The hall was packed with dignitaries from both worlds, wizards and witches, vampires, and their allies, all united in a celebration of peace. Harry stood at the front of the hall, his hand in Lucinda's, the bloodstone pulsing warmly against his chest. Dumbledore presided over the ceremony, his voice filled with hope and optimism. "Today, we mark a new beginning," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying over the assembled crowd. "A beginning that was forged through sacrifice, through courage, through love. The alliance between the Wizarding World and the Crimson Court is a testament to what we can achieve when we set aside our differences and work together." The crowd erupted in applause, and Harry felt a surge of emotion that made his eyes sting with tears. He looked at Lucinda, and saw the same emotion reflected in her eyes. "We did it," she whispered. "We actually did it." Harry squeezed her hand. "We did," he said. "Together." That night, Harry and Lucinda stood on the astronomy tower, looking out at the stars. The sky was clear, the constellations bright overhead, and the world below them was peaceful and quiet. "What happens now?" Lucinda asked, her voice soft. Harry thought for a moment. "We live," he said. "We build a life together, a future together. We face whatever challenges come our way, and we overcome them. Together. Lucinda turned to face him, her eyes shining with tears. That sounds perfect, she said. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. I love you, he said. I love you more than anything. Lucinda looked up at him, her lips curving into a smile. I love you too, she said. And I'm never going to let you go. They stood in the darkness, their bodies entwined, their hearts beating as one. The future was bright, filled with possibility and hope. And as Harry looked out at the stars, he knew that everything he'd been through, the pain, the loss, the fear, had all been worth it. Because it had led him here, to this moment, to this woman, to this life. The wizard and the vampire princess. The boy who lived and the girl who defied death. Together, they had changed the world. And together, they would continue to shape it, to build it, to fill it with love and hope and light. It was a new dawn, and it was only the beginning. The end. Thank you.